Chapter 5:16. Ninjas appear and disappear unpredictably, but they are not real ghosts or gods. This is not the first time that Fang Yan has come into contact with ninjas. Qing Yin, a disciple of the Chiba army, is a very skilled ninja. Moreover, it is easy to get the superior ninja, which is also known as the wisdom ninja. In that kind of narrow KTV room, they can do many unimaginable things. At that time, the presence of Jiang Qin, Yuan Lin, and Xia really caused a lot of trouble for Fang Yan. However, even a ninja of that level is not a match for Fang Yan at all. Not to mention these two idiots who should have just been promoted to Chunin not long ago. This time, he set up such a big trap and made such a big movement, but he only attracted these two small fish? Fang Yan is very disappointed, so he naturally has some dislike for these two brats. Trash like you have the nerve to jump around in Wuxia? Unfortunately, the two Japanese did not understand Fang Yan's thoughts at this time, or they would definitely reduce their grievances. It is said that it is difficult to become a Jonin out of 1,000 ninjas, but a Chunin must at least stand out from hundreds of ninjas to have such qualifications. Not just anyone can be promoted. Chunin is also very precious, okay? How can you not treat the village chief as a cadre? Fang Yan very flexibly broke Koizumi's neck, then step by step, he walked towards Mitsui Playboy who has fallen to the ground and hasn't yet got up. With Mitsui Playboy's strength, he was only thrown away, but his body may have already adjusted the angle in midair and landed steadily. Even if he accidentally fell to the ground, he has already agilely climbed up from the ground. Can a guy who is not flexible enough become a glorious ninja? That would never happen. But Mitsui Playboy has been lying on the ground, still has no chance to get up. Of course, this has nothing to do with Mitsui Playboy, but because when Fang Yan threw him away, he locked his Tianju acupoint, causing his whole body to lose strength for a moment. Then, she used her soft force to attack his body, destroying all the vital parts of his body. It could be said that Fang Yan had turned Mitsui Playboy into a cripple after a brief encounter. This was also the reason why Mitsui Playboy was unable to get up. Fang Yan stood in front of Mitsui Playboy and looked down at him. Mitsui Playboy was shouting something with an excited expression. Fang Yan did not understand Japanese, and there was no way to translate what he was saying. Maybe he was begging for mercy, saying that he was wrong and that he had a wife in the middle. Who would care about that? Leah looked at Fang Yan in shock. Was this the Fang Yan she knew? The one with the cheeky face, the one with two dimples on his face when he smiled, the one who liked to sneak glances at beautiful women, but would be a little shy when he was discovered? Previously, Leah did not have a clear understanding of him, and only felt that he was a somewhat special big boy. Even in her eyes, Fang Yan was not a mature and charming man. The current Fang Yan made her feel strong, safe, and dangerous. Because of Fang Yan's gaze, although he was calm most of the time, and even had a faint smile on his face. However, when a sharp glint flashed in his eyes, that kind of feeling was frightening. It was as if a sheep had suddenly turned into a wolf, or an earthworm had suddenly turned into a poisonous snake. Leah finally understood why her uncle Du Qing told her not to provoke Fang Yan. It was better to avoid such a man. He was a pervert. Fang Yan raised his foot and was about to step on Mitsui Playboy when Du Qing stopped him and said, "Young master, leave it to me." Du Qing took out a dagger from his bosom and squatted down. Ignoring Mitsui Playboy's angry and frightened eyes, he stabbed the dagger into Mitsui Playboy's heart. Mitsui Playboy's body suddenly stiffened, and then no longer had any signs of life. Du Qing took the handkerchief that Leah handed over and wiped the blood on his palm. He smiled and said, "This kind of small fry, don't dirty young master's hands." In the past, Du Qing and Fang Yan called each other brother, but after the secret discussion at the Thousand Leaves Tea House, he began to learn from others and call Fang Yan young master. To be honest, Fang Yan was not used to this kind of address. Our family is not a wealthy family, why are we called young master? You can call me handsome guy or something, at least that way people will feel that the name is true to its name and not hypocritical. Fang Yan looked at Du Qing and asked with concern, Big brother Du, are you all right? Fortunately, young master came in time. I'm fine. Du Qing said with a smile. He pointed at Green Wolf, who was being helped out of the car by Xiao Dao, and said, it's just that this brother's injuries are more serious. Fang Yan nodded and said, it's good that you're fine. Du Qing walked to Xiao Dao's side and whispered a few words into his ear. Xiao Dao excitedly nodded and said, don't worry, Master Qing, I'll take care of this. Du Qing solemnly patted his shoulder and said, I'll take care of your family. No matter when you come back, I'll reserve a place for you by my side. This was a promise. Any lackey who was willing to take care of the boss's matters would receive a very generous compensation after they came out. This was also why lackeys felt that taking care of the boss's matters was a good thing. Green Wolf looked at Xiao Dao enviously and said, Master Qing, I'll take care of this with Brother Dao. Du Qing shook his head and said, your injuries are very serious. Very soon, someone will send you to the hospital for treatment. I also need someone by my side to help. You stay outside and help me. The lackey slapped Green Wolf's shoulder and scolded with a smile, you brat, you still want to take credit from me? Be careful or I'll break your bones. I don't dare, Green Wolf repeatedly apologized. Not long after, 2 more black off-road vehicles drove over. One car picked up Green Wolf and sent him to the hospital for treatment, while the other car picked up Du Qing, Fang Yan, and the others. After they were far away, Xiao Dao called the police. Liya sat in the front passenger seat, while Fang Yan and Du Qing sat side by side at the back of the car. The off-road vehicle was very spacious, so the two of them didn't feel cramped at all. After a long period of silence, Du Qing's phone rang. He smiled apologetically at Fang Yan, then took out his phone from his pocket and answered. Very quickly, he hung up and looked at Fang Yan and said, the dust has settled. Fang Yan nodded and said with a smile, congratulations, Brother Du, for successfully reducing your burden. Liya's body trembled, but she resisted the urge to turn around and look. She didn't think that the truth would be even crueler than she had imagined. Du Qing sighed softly. We're all brothers, I can't bear to do this. Qing Yun isn't just your blood and sweat, it's everyone's blood and sweat. Fang Yan comforted him with a gentle voice, times have changed, some things need to be put to rest. For Qing Yun, Qing Hong is a heavy burden, since he can't adapt to this era, he can only abandon him. Only then can Qing Yun have an even more glorious and brilliant future. Du Qing nodded and said, to be honest, all these years, I haven't had a good night's sleep. Why? Because Qing Yun's development is too fast. If it was just like before, I wouldn't be so worried. But, as it develops better and better, I feel like it has become a bomb that can explode at any time. At that time, not only me, but also the brothers who have followed me for so many years, will be blown to smithereens. But, it's a market economy now. Everything has its own rules, and human strength can't force it. I can't stop Qing Yun's development. In the sea of business, if we don't advance, we'll fall behind. If we don't develop, we'll be eaten up by our competitors. What can I do? I can only lead them to charge forward. On one hand, I'm worried, but on the other hand, I have to do my best to compete, develop, and make money. Master, you haven't been in watching these years, so you don't know a lot of things. I haven't shown my face in public for the past few years, and I rarely show my face in public. Why? It's because I'm afraid that people will remember my face. If you remember my face, won't you be eyeing the Green Cloud Group under my name? Chaoga mentioned this before, Fang Yan said with emotion, she said that you haven't had it easy all these years. Thank you, Miss Liu, for your understanding and appreciation. Miss Liu hasn't had it easy all these years, she's a rare heroine. I must treat her to a meal if I have the chance. Du Qing said gratefully, I thought that if I don't show up, I just need to keep a low profile, and people won't pay attention to me. That's what I thought, but those people just won't let me go. You're dragged into this because of me, Fang Yan said guiltily. If it wasn't for me, they wouldn't have dragged you into this. Maybe Qing Yun is still Qing Yun, and doesn't need to suffer such pain. It's true that it started because of you, but I don't blame you. On the contrary, I want to be grateful to you. Du Qing shook his head and said, I'm hiding like a turtle, but when will this kind of life end? Qing Yun can either not develop, or if it continues to develop at this pace or at a faster speed than it is now, it will touch the core interests of some people sooner or later. At that time, will they let Qing Yun group snatch food from the tiger's mouth? They will cut Qing Yun into pieces, exposing Qing Yun's heart and liver to the sun. It's very easy for them to do this kind of thing. So, when you told me at the Thousand Leaves Tea House that you would give me what I needed urgently and what I couldn't imagine, I didn't have any room to refuse. I knew what I needed urgently, but at that time, I didn't know what I couldn't imagine. Even if we don't do it, others will. Fang Yan said with a smile, instead of letting others dig out Qing Yun's heart and liver, you might as well break your own limbs. Chapter 5:17. That's right. Du Qing deeply agreed with Fang Yan's words. If we do it ourselves, at least the situation will be under control. The plot is designed by us, and the actors are arranged by us. The story is also the story we want. Fang Yan looked at the lights outside the window and said softly, from now on, Qing Yun can finally go into battle lightly, and Big Brother Du can also sleep well. Du Qing shook his head and said, if there is a sacrifice, there must be a sacrifice. I personally sent my life and death brothers out, and in the future, I'm afraid that I will wake up from nightmares again and again. They won't forgive me, and I can't forgive myself. Life is helpless. I can only try to be optimistic. Fang Yan patted Du Qing's shoulder and said, stop by the side of the road. The car stopped by the side of the road. Fang Yan got off the car and waved his hand at the car. The car started up again. Du Qing sat alone in the back of the carriage, his face as gloomy as the sky outside. Leah looked at Du Qing's face through the rearview mirror. At this time, Du Qing made her feel extremely unfamiliar. Du Qing finally came back to his senses from his deep thoughts. He took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it up. He opened the window a crack and allowed the fishy smell of the night wind to hit his face and said, ask whatever you want to ask. The 13th Master is a good person, isn't he? Leah asked. He's my best brother. Du Qing said in a deep voice. I only saved him once, and he gave me his life. Did the two of you discuss this? You two deliberately instigated those brothers? Leah's voice rose a little. There were complaints in her heart, and there was anger in her heart. Those who were fighting were all her brothers, brothers who had gone through life and death with them. Even if they were real brothers, how much could they give up for each other? But, those brothers of theirs, they were willing to die for their big brother. Du Qing fiercely took a drag of the cigarette, allowing the smoke to pass through his lungs and then out of his nostrils. Only then did he feel slightly more comfortable. He looked at Leah's excited face and said, you should have already understood the conversation between me and Fang Yan just now. I don't understand. Leah said with red eyes, Uncle, must we do this? Must they kill each other? Must we kick them out? This is the best choice and the only choice. Du Qing's voice was somewhat hoarse as he said, this time, the majority of those expelled are old brothers who fought with me to conquer the world. To make such a choice, do you think I feel good in my heart? However, if we don't do this, the entire Green Cloud sect will face a calamity, just because someone caused a few troubles? Just because of the media's condemnation? Leah, you are too emotional. Du Qing said softly, I am as sad as you, but my choice will not be wrong, Uncle. I know your choice won't be wrong. How could you be wrong? You started your career in your teens and have been in Jianghu for decades. What kind of storms have you not experienced? What kind of crafty plot could deceive you? I know uncle is very, very powerful, and you have always been my idol. In my heart, you are the most charming man. However, what I find hard to accept is that those people who called us brothers yesterday were thrown into the rubbish bin by you in the blink of an eye. You are not that kind of person. Du Qing took another puff and flicked the remaining half of the cigarette out of the window. Green Cloud's predecessor is Qing Hong. You know better than me what Qing Hong does. Du Qing said in a low voice. Before I took over, Qing Hong already existed. How many dirty and evil things did Qing Hong do? How much blood and human lives did Qing Hong stain itself with? But those things were not done by you. After you took over Green Cloud sect, you have never done those things, Liya retorted. Yes. Du Qing nodded. You know about these things, 13 also knows about these things. But, do the people outside know? Do they know that those things in the past have nothing to do with me? Even if they know that those things have nothing to do with me, are they willing to believe it? That is Qing Hong's original sin. After I took over as the leader of Qing Hong, it also became the original sin that I have to bear. If there is a conflict between the two sides, if there is a conflict of interest between us and them, would they be willing to let go of such a good point of attack? That is a target, our most fatal weakness. As long as they are willing, they can stab us with a knife and take our lives at any time. We don't even have the chance to retaliate. What have I been doing all these years? But, can we do that? Xiaoya, Qing Hong is my starting point, it is a part of my body. But Green Cloud is my everything, it is also my future. I will not allow anything to happen to him. I will not allow the business empire that I built up brick by brick to collapse overnight. That kind of blow is too heavy, I can't take it. We can discuss with them, we can communicate with them. Is there any use in discussing? Is there any use in communicating? Du Qing shook his head. Back then when I closed down those black businesses, how much of a retaliation did I receive? Once, when my car exploded, I almost lost my life. Do you still remember? When I transferred those gray businesses out, how did they resist me? What crazy things did they do down there? Because those businesses were too profitable, the benefits were enough to make them go crazy, they would do anything for it. Those people could only rely on that to live, other than that, they have nothing. How do you discuss with them? How do you communicate with them? Is there any use in discussing? Is there any use in communicating? Without sufficient compensation, unable to come up with businesses that are equal or more profitable, are they willing to accept a settlement? Liya, you have also talked to some of them. Have they accepted your plan to settle them down? The undercurrent is surging, I have seen all of these things. At that time, I was not in a hurry, because the general situation was in my hands, and a large number of brothers supported me. Moreover, I have not been able to make up my mind to clean up. You waited until Du Chun got into trouble before you made up your mind? That's right. Du Chun was the catalyst that made me make up my mind. Du Qing said without hesitation, since they threw Du Chun out as a test, it means that they already have the idea and plan to eradicate us. I know too well what kind of person that man is. If he wants, he can easily push us down into the abyss, let us fall to pieces, and never be able to rise again. So all these years, you deliberately surrounded the 13th Lord, making them think that the 13th Lord is on their side. They surrounded and united around the 13th Lord, through the 13th Lord's eyes and mouth. You know every word that those traitors say, and everything that they do. They are a group of loaches that have long been in the pot of water. The reason why they are still jumping and rolling is because you have not ignited the fire outside. Now that the time is right, you let the 13th Lord suddenly throw a big fire, and all of them are roasted. There is no possibility of escape. Du Qing sighed softly, his voice was infinitely sad as he said, Littleya, I have no children. You also know about Du Chun's situation. His ability is not enough to control Green Cloud Group. In the future, Green Cloud Group can only be entrusted to you. It is fine when I am alive, but if I am not here, or if I wait until I am old and can no longer watch over them, with your soft-hearted personality, how can you be a match for those people? They will tear you apart alive. Leah was silent. She knew that what her uncle said was the truth. He had also told her more than once to be prepared. To be prepared to take over Green Cloud Group. Because other than herself, he did not have anyone else. Leah also knew that everything her uncle did was for Green Cloud Group. A green cloud that could go into battle lightly, a green cloud that could be freely controlled. It was just that this feeling was really very uncomfortable. Perhaps, this was the world of men. The 13th Lord, the reason why the 13th Lord is willing to stand up, is for me and for you, Du Qing said softly. He watched you grow up, he treats you like his own daughter, he will stand up and take responsibility for everything. Leah's eyes reddened, she said, the 13th Lord, where is he? He went to turn himself in, Du Qing said, the call I received just now was from him, he has already arranged everything. Do you think the truth is too cruel? Du Qing laughed silently. I also think it's very cruel. Those incidents, the various incidents that happened against our Qinghong, were they all orchestrated by you and the 13th Lord? That's not it. Du Qing shook his head. Those were done by someone else. They just started, and we immediately cooperated with them to finish the show. They must be very satisfied, right? Lord Hu, is Lord Hu not going to save them? Du Qing did not answer Li Ya's question, he only looked at her with a deep gaze. There was an endless amount of things contained within. Li Ya understood, Lord Hu had also been abandoned. This was a game of 3 kingdoms, some were loyal officials, some were spies, some were traitors, some were masters, and Du Qing and Fang Yan were the manipulators of this game. Chapter 518. Pa. The teacup in his hand smashed against the wall. Interesting. Really interesting. Jiang Junling's face was extremely gloomy, cold lightning flashed in his eyes. He failed again and again, and suffered setbacks again and again. Even with his ability to control his emotions, he was a bit annoyed. What is this? This is failure. For Jiang Junling, failure was the hardest thing to accept. It was like Fang Yan slapping him again and again, and he didn't even have the space to dodge. Li Yun sighed softly, put down the teacup in her hand, and began to clean up the porcelain shards on the carpet. Seeing Li Yun's plump buttocks when she bent down, Jiang Junling also knew that his behavior was too irrational. He walked over and pulled Li Yun up, smiled and said, Aunt, I don't dare to let you do this kind of rough work. If Grandpa knew, he would scold me for not respecting my elders. Li Yun threw the porcelain shards in her hand into the trash can and said, What's this? It's not like I haven't done this kind of thing before. Fine, if you say you don't want to do it, then I won't do it. The two sat down again. Li Yun helped Jiang Junling get a new cup of tea, and said, It seems that this time our efforts are in vain, and we're working for someone else. It's all my fault. I was too slow. If I was a bit faster, I'm afraid they wouldn't have been able to escape so easily. Jiang Junling shook his head and said, Aunt, it's not your fault. We've just started, and they've already performed this move in front of us. The arm that was cut off was probably already prepared, right? That Du Qing is really a talent. What a pity. Li Ya knew that Jiang Junling valued Du Qing very much, and previously had the intention of roping him in for his own use. But because Du Qing and Fang Yan had a close relationship, he wasn't sure if he could succeed, so he threw Du Qing's nephew out to test. He didn't expect Fang Yan to be so vicious, directly crippling the arm of Du Qing's nephew, Du Chun. In this way, the possibility of reconciliation between Du Qing and Jiang Junling was almost zero, and Du Qing had placed this deep hatred on Jiang Junling. Since he couldn't be of use to him, then he would use a thunderous method to destroy him. Thus, Jiang Junling handed this matter over to Li Yun to handle. They first used all kinds of negative conflicts to push Qing Hong out from the dark, and then made Qing Hong a street rat that everyone wanted to beat up. When the public opinion and countless netizens focused their attention on Qing Hong in Green Cloud Group, when Qing Hong's old cases and all the shady dealings were dug out by the reporters, they didn't even need to say a word. Naturally, there would be people who would get rid of them, just like cleaning up a pile of garbage, they would be swept into the cesspool and trash can with lightning speed. At that time, even if Du Qing still stood on Fang Yan's side, so what? It was just an old dog without any value. This plan couldn't be said to be bad, but it also couldn't be said to be not vicious. Most of the time, they didn't even need to make a move, they just needed to add fuel to the fire. However, just as this wave started, there was already an even more exciting show on the other side. Now, Lu Shisan, an important figure in Qing Hong, turned himself in at the police station and took all the responsibility. What about Du Qing? Du Qing had successfully cleared his name, and was about to take big strides forward with a clean Green Cloud Group. Not only Jiang Junling, but even Li Yun was stunned by the opponent's quick attack. She felt like a clown who worked hard to perform but couldn't get the applause of the audience. Yeah. Li Yun said. Du Qing probably wanted to get rid of the heavy burden behind him a long time ago, right? Our actions gave him the best opportunity. If he didn't give his underlings a reason to betray him, how could he legitimately kick those idiots out of Green Cloud Group? Thinking about it makes me angry, but at the same time, I feel like I didn't lose unjustly. This kind of opponent deserves respect. Jiang Junling said, but this doesn't mean he can be safe. Li Yun looked at Jiang Junling with a puzzled expression and asked, military order, do you still have other chess pieces that haven't been settled? Let's wait and see. Jiang Junling said with a gentle expression. He held the teacup and took a sip, then said, we've just reached the middle game, it's still a long time before the decisive battle. I want to see how much power they can explode. I believe that the final victory will be military order. Li Yun said with a smile. When Fang Yan returned home, it was already past 1 in the morning. Fang Yan saw that the light in Lu Chaoga's room was still on, so he knew that she was probably still awake. But it was really not the right time to knock on the door and chat. So, Fang Yan entered his room, pulled down the curtains, took off his clothes, filled the bathtub with water, and once again soaked his whole body in the bathtub. After soaking for a few minutes, Fang Yan suddenly heard a muffled bang. The sound was very short, as if someone had heavily stomped on the ground. Splash! Fang Yan lifted his head out of the bathtub. He pricked up his ears and listened attentively, but no more sound came out. Fang Yan thought he heard wrong, so he once again dived his head into the bathtub. Bang! Another muffled sound. This time, Fang Yan didn't poke his head out, but still soaked his whole body in the bathtub. He listened quietly, trying to find the source of the sound. But, just like before, the sound disappeared. Fang Yan began to wonder if he was hallucinating. Otherwise, how could he hear 2 muffled sounds in a row? The more he buried his body in the bathtub, the clearer Fang Yan could perceive the outside world. The other noises had disappeared, as if the whole world had become a stream. His thoughts soared in the midst of these streams, like a free and happy fish. Hua! Fang Yan suddenly jumped out of the bathtub. He heard a woman's moan. The sound was very weak, but it was very clear in his ears. He ran outside barefooted, but he retreated halfway. It wasn't because he remembered that he forgot to wear shoes, but because he was still naked. Putting on a robe, Fang Yan opened the door and ran to Lu Chaoga's room next door. Fang Yan wasn't sure what the moan was about, so he stood in front of Lu Chaoga's room, knocked on the door, and asked in a low voice, "Chaoga, are you asleep?" "No," Lu Chaoga said. Fang Yan was about to ask her if she was okay, but he didn't expect Lu Chaoga to say, I'm going to sleep, you should go to sleep too. From his voice, one could tell that Lu Xiaoge was a little agitated and panicked. This made Fang Yan even more worried, so he couldn't help but ask, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, really fine," Lu Xiaoge yelled. "Fang Yan, go to sleep. Don't worry about me." Fang Yan was really worried this time. If she was fine, then she was fine. Why did she have to say that she was really fine? If she was really fine, why would she be so nervous? Also, she said, "Go to sleep, don't worry about me." Why didn't he worry about her? It meant that something had happened to her, but she didn't want Fang Yan to get involved. So, Fang Yan called out to Lu Xiaoge softly, "I'm glad you're fine. I just came back, I'm going to sleep now." "Go to sleep. It's late," Lu Xiaoge said. "See you tomorrow." Fang Yan quickly went back to his room, opened the floor-to-ceiling window, and went to his bedroom balcony. Because Fang Yan's and Lu Xiaoge's rooms were next to each other, their balconies were very close. Sometimes, on a quiet night, Fang Yan would be on his balcony, and Lu Xiaoge would be on hers. They would talk for a while and watch the stars. Fang Yan threw off the cotton slippers on his feet and climbed to the balcony barefoot. He dug the concave lines on the wall and climbed little by little toward Lu Xiaoge's room. Fang Yan's actions naturally attracted the attention of the bodyguards in the yard. Qi Ning looked at Fang Yan in shock. It was hard to imagine that he would do such a despicable and shameless thing. Qi Ning was in a difficult position, and the other bodyguards were also in a difficult position. If the person who climbed the wall was someone else, they would have shot him in the butt. However, that person was Fang Yan. Moreover, they weren't sure if this was Fang Yan's personal behavior, or if he accepted Lu Xiaoge's invitation, or if the two wanted to play a role-playing game. Fang Yan was playing Spider-Man at this time. The bodyguards looked at each other and didn't know how to deal with it. After Fang Yan quietly stood on the balcony on Lu Xiaoge's side, he turned to Qi Ning and the others downstairs and made a shushing gesture, indicating that they shouldn't alert the enemy. Qi Ning understood and made a gesture. He and his brothers immediately rushed into the villa. From Fang Yan's expression, they understood that Lu Xiaoge might be in danger, but when did those thieves sneak in? Could it be that there were still loopholes in their defense downstairs? This was simply impossible. Fang Yan stood on the balcony and reached out to push the floor-to-ceiling window. Lu Xiaoge's awareness of security was very good, and the floor-to-ceiling window was locked from the inside. Of course, such a small problem wouldn't be difficult for Fang Yan. He broke a small branch from the flower pot above the railing and picked at the lock. Pa! There was a crisp sound, and the window lock had been opened by Fang Yan. At the same time the door lock was opened, Fang Yan had rushed into Lu Xiaoge's room at lightning speed. "Don't move," Fang Yan shouted sternly. Lu Xiaoge didn't move, but Fang Yan didn't move either. He looked at the scene in front of him and stood there dumbfounded. Things didn't seem to be what he imagined. Chapter 519. Lu Xiaoge really didn't move. Because she couldn't move at all. Lu Xiaoge usually paid great attention to her health and had a good habit of sleeping early and waking up early. But for some reason, Lu Xiaoge felt uneasy tonight. She had a feeling that something big was going to happen. Especially when Fang Yan didn't come back until midnight and didn't call to inform her. This made Lu Xiaoge especially worried. She knew how dangerous Huacheng was at the moment. She also knew that Jiang Junling was guarding Huacheng and wouldn't leave for a while. She wanted to call and ask, but she felt that it might disturb Fang Yan's work. So, after dinner, she lay on the sofa in the bedroom and read. She was halfway through a novel when she realized that it was already midnight. She closed the novel and put in a pool of water to soak for a while to relieve her fatigue. Perhaps after soaking in the bath, his irritation would disappear? Because Lu Xiaoge's right hand had been pierced by someone and was now in the recovery stage. In Fang Yan's words, the right hand must never touch water. So, soaking in the bath was not an easy thing for Lu Chaoga. She needed to wrap the injured hand in a plastic bag and then lay in the bathtub and put the arm on the edge of the bathtub. Halfway through the bath, she heard the sound of a car engine coming from the courtyard. She knew that Fang Yan was back and her mood improved a lot. She heard Fang Yan go upstairs and Fang Yan pass by her bedroom door. She knew that Fang Yan wouldn't knock on the door and come in, so she didn't have any expectations. When she got up from the bathtub and was about to wipe her body and go to bed, her feet slipped and she fell to the ground. Pain. Her knee hurt, her arm hurt, and her whole body hurt. If it weren't for her perseverance, she would have been tearing up. Lu Chaoga lay on the ground for a while until the pain in her body subsided and she regained the strength to move her hands and feet. Only then did she prepare to get up from the cold ground. She couldn't exert force with one hand, and her other arm didn't have much strength because of the injury. Just as he propped his upper body up, his palm slipped and his body fell to the ground again. This time, he only landed on his chest. But it was even more painful. The pain was excruciating. Although there were 2 lumps of soft flesh in front of her chest to cushion the pain, soft flesh was still flesh, and soft flesh could still hurt. She felt that the 2 lumps of fat were no longer hers, and she had a strong urge to cut them off and give them to someone else. This time, Lu Xiaoga's tears really fell down. She had never thought that being hit in the chest would hurt so much. Even when that lady boy pierced his palm with a dagger, it wasn't as unbearable as this, right? After shedding a few tears, Lu Chaoga began to think about her next move. She couldn't keep lying on the ground. Not only would it aggravate her injury, but the floor was cold, and it was very likely to make her sick. She felt pain all over her body. One of her hands couldn't be used, and the other couldn't be used either. Even her chest couldn't be used anymore. Otherwise, her body could be propped up. What should she do now? Call for help? The nanny lived on the first floor. If she called for help, she might alarm the whole courtyard, including Fang Yan, who lived in the next room. However, in her current situation, she couldn't get up to make a phone call. If she could make a phone call, she didn't need help. Ask for Fang Yan's help? That was even worse. She just got out of the bathtub. Except for the shower cap on her head and the plastic bag tied to her hands, she could be said to be naked. In such a situation, how could she ask Fang Yan to come in and help? She was afraid that the more he helped, the worse it would be. When Lu Chaoga was in a dilemma, Fang Yan appeared at the door of her room as if he had sensed it. When Fang Yan asked her if she had slept, her whole body tightened, and her face was burning, as if she was standing naked in front of Fang Yan and being peeped at by him. She was worried that Fang Yan would suddenly barge in after knowing that she was in trouble, so she hurriedly said that she was fine and asked Fang Yan to hurry back to sleep and not care about her, but she didn't know that the more she acted like this, the more suspicious Fang Yan became. Since the last time Lu Chaoga was kidnapped by Qiang Long Tan, everyone raised her safety to the highest level. Especially Fang Yan. He would not allow Lu Chaoga to encounter even the slightest danger. After he misunderstood Lu Chaoga's words, he naturally tried to find out what was going on. It would be best if he could attack the gangsters by surprise. They were indeed caught off guard. However, it was Lu Chaoga and Fang Yan themselves who were caught off guard. Lu Chaoga's mouth was wide open and her head was slightly raised. For a moment, she didn't know how to react. And Fang Yan was even more shocked. This was completely different from what he had imagined. Where were the gangsters? Where the hell were the gangsters? Where did they hide? Fang Yan wanted to crawl under the bed and check to see if the gangsters were hiding. Therefore, the second Fang Yan came in, Lu Chaoga and Fang Yan maintained such an extremely strange posture. Lu Xiaoga's naked body was lying on the floor. Her smooth and jade-like body was covered with water droplets. Her plump buttocks, those curvy curves, Fang Yen could only keep swallowing his saliva. One mouthful after another, he didn't know why he suddenly felt so thirsty. The first person to react was Lu Chaoga. Lu Chaoga simply put her face on the floor and didn't dare to look at Fang Yan's eyes. She hurriedly said, "I'm fine, you go out." Fang Yan nodded and said, "You're really fine, then I'll go out first." After that, Fang Yan turned around and walked toward the balcony. He had just jumped over here, so he had to jump back out of habit. Seeing that Fang Yan really turned around and left, Lu Chaoga's mouth opened and she didn't know what to say. Is he really going to leave like this? If he just leaves like this, will I have to lie on the floor for the whole night? Fang Yan finally thought of this problem. When he thought of this problem, Fang Yan had already jumped to the balcony of Lu Chaoga's bedroom and was about to jump over to his side. Because he thought of this problem, Fang Yan jumped down from the balcony again. He rushed back to Lu Chaoga's room like a gust of wind. Without saying goodbye to Lu Chaoga, he bent down and reached out to pick up Lu Chaoga from the floor. He threw Lu Chaoga's body on the big bed and pulled a quilt to cover her body. Only then did he feel a little relieved. He still liked Lu Chaoga with clothes on. Fang Yan finally had the courage to look at Lu Chaoga and said, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Lu Chaoga wanted to bury her head in the quilt. The scene just now was too embarrassing. Although she was lying on the floor at that time, it could be imagined that when Fang Yan picked her up from the floor, he must have seen her back. In all honesty, Fang Yan really didn't peek. It wasn't peek, it was openly looking. After all, if you don't use your eyes to find the target, how can you pick someone up from the floor? You're fine after falling like this? You didn't even call me? If I didn't barge in, were you going to lie on the floor for the whole night? Fang Yan said with blame. Lu Chaoga was speechless. In such a situation, how could I call you over to help? Besides, I didn't call you, but didn't you barge in yourself? Fang Yan understood Lu Chaoga's mentality and said, "Are you hurt? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" "Yes," Lu Chaoga said. Her knee hurt, and it seemed to be bleeding. Her chest hurt even more, as if someone cut a piece of flesh. "Where do you feel uncomfortable?" "Calf," Lu Chaoga said. Fang Yan walked over to lift the quilt. Lu Chaoga panicked and said, "What are you going to do?" "Look at your leg," Fang Yan said. "I accidentally glanced at your knee just now and noticed that the skin on your knee is broken. I'll help you apply some ointment." "Give me the ointment, I'll apply it myself," Lu Chaoga said. "You don't have to be polite with me," Fang Yan said domineeringly. "You can't move one hand, and you can't even open the bottle cap. How are you going to apply it?" As Fang Yan spoke, he had already lifted a small corner of the quilt. Lu Chaoga's calf was exposed in front of Fang Yan. The skin on her knee was broken, and blood was oozing out. In just a moment, the white velvet quilt was stained with some blood. When Fang Yan was about to go downstairs to find the golden chrysalis muscle nourishing powder to wipe Lu Chaoga's wound, there was a goo 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 sound outside the door. This was a secret signal. It was a secret signal sent by Qi Ning. Fang Yan's sneaky climbing over the wall made Qi Ning and the others think that something had happened to Lu Chaoga. They waited at the door and couldn't rush in. They were worried that they would alarm the bandits or disturb Fang Yan and Lu Chaoga. "Qi Ning, it's safe inside," Fang Yan said aloud. Qi Ning shouted at the door, "Is Miss Lu okay?" "I'm fine." Fang Yan shouted, "You guys go downstairs." So, there was no movement at the door. Fang Yan looked at Lu Chaoga embarrassedly and said, "When I climbed over the wall, I was accidentally discovered by them." Lu Chaoga didn't know what to say. Fang Yan climbed over the wall in the middle of the night. In the eyes of the bodyguards below, perhaps everyone would have the same guess in their hearts, and most of the bodyguards below were sent by the Qin family. In other words, the matter between her and Fang Yan might have reached the ears of the Qin family. Thinking of this possibility, Lu Chaoga actually felt a little happy in her heart. She should know about Qinitian, right? Chapter 520. When Fang Yan went downstairs, Qi Ning and the others had disappeared. It was as if they had never entered the house. These people were all professional bodyguards. They knew when to disappear and where to hide. Fang Yan took the unfinished golden chrysalis muscle nourishing powder in the living room, and then returned to Lu Chaoga's room again. Lu Chaoga was still lying on the bed without moving. When Fang Yan left, she also wanted to get up and put on a nightgown. She even wanted to find a piece of underwear to bind the tender flesh on her chest. However, because the 2 tumbles were too heavy, her body couldn't move after falling on the soft bed. Therefore, when Fang Yan went downstairs and went upstairs again, she could only cover her body tightly with the quilt. Fang Yan sat on the bed and lifted a corner of the quilt covering Lu Chaoga's calf. He said, "I will help you apply some medicine. Don't let it scar. If such a beautiful long leg has a scar, you can't wear a short skirt in summer." Because Lu Chaoga often wore professional clothes, short skirts were standard equipment. When she wore a short skirt with silver, white, black, coffee, or plaid stripes, the charm of a mature woman could be fully displayed. When Fang Yan met her for the first time, although he felt that this person's character was very arrogant, he knew that she must not be a bad person. How could God be willing to let a bad person look like this? Hearing Fang Yan praise her beautiful legs, Lu Chaoga's heart was sweet. Thinking that she was completely naked now, as long as he lifted the quilt a little bit, the most private part of a woman would be exposed to Fang Yan, Lu Chaoga couldn't help but clamp her thighs. Her face was red, and her eyes could drip water. She had to think about a problem. If Fang Yan really did that kind of thing, should I push him away angrily, or slap him first and then push him away angrily? If she did that, wouldn't he feel embarrassed? Would their relationship fall into an impasse in the future? Would Fang Yan's heart, which had just opened a gap, close again? But if he didn't do that, what if he did something even crazier? Do I really have to give it to him? While Lu Chaoga's imagination was running wild, Fang Yan had already dipped a cotton swab in disinfectant to reduce the inflammation on the broken skin. Hiss, Lu Chaoga was in so much pain that her body trembled, and she couldn't help but want to curl up. Women are very strange creatures. When their boyfriends are by their side, they can't even unscrew the cap of a mineral water bottle. But when they were alone in their own homes, they could roll up their sleeves and throw a bucket of water over the water dispenser. When they were on the ship, the chief god had used a knife to pierce through Lu Chaoga's palm. She didn't even try to dodge. Instead, she looked like she was facing death with equanimity. Now, Fang Yan just used disinfectant to disinfect her wound, and she felt unbearable pain. She wanted to open her mouth and scream, "Just bear with it." Fang Yan helped Lu Chaoga disinfect and comforted her softly. "I used to think that you were very good at taking care of people, but look at you now. You've taken care of yourself like this, you can't move one hand, and you can't move both legs. Don't get out of bed tomorrow. I'll make breakfast for you. What do you want to eat for lunch? I'll go to the supermarket to buy some groceries when I come back from work. You must remember, don't touch water. Don't let the wound get inflamed." "I'm fine," Lu Chaoga said, "it's just that the floor was slippery, so I accidentally fell." After disinfecting, Fang Yan picked out the ointment and gently applied it on Lu Chaoga's knee. He smiled and asked, "If I hadn't barged in when I realized that something was wrong, were you planning to lie on the ground like this for the whole night?" Lu Chaoga wished she could cover her head with a blanket or Fang Yan's head with it. She whispered, "I'll be able to get up by myself after lying down for a while. What if you can't get up?" Fang Yan was actually trying to find something to talk about. He was nervous. He was really nervous. This worried him more than the burden reduction plan that he had single-handedly manipulated Qingyun. This was even more exhausting than fighting with the two Japanese ninjas. In this world, not every man was like Lu Xiaohui, who could sit still even when he was in love. He admitted that he was a man with very strong willpower, but Lu Xiaoga was also a charming and alluring goddess. Which man didn't want to have a relationship beyond friendship with a goddess? Which man didn't want to put his mark on a beautiful woman? Fang Yan also had the same idea. And Fang Yan still had such an opportunity. In his mind, the erotic scene when he barged in replayed over and over again. Lu Xiaoga's skin was whiter than ice and snow, and her body was sexier than the devil's. Every inch of her skin was a pleasant surprise, and every part of her body was flawless. He couldn't get rid of it. He couldn't bear to get rid of it. He knew that he could do a lot of things. He only needed to lift the blanket on Lu Xiaoga a little bit, and then a little bit, and then he could lift it up to Lu Xiaoga's neck. If he said that he wanted to help check other parts of Lu Xiaoga's body to see if there were any injuries, she shouldn't object, right? After all, he did it out of sincerity. Lu Xiaoga, who was lying on the bed, was a pile of dry firewood. Fang Yan, who was carefully helping Lu Xiaoga apply the ointment, was a raging fire. Fang Yan only needed to move his body closer and make a slight reaction, and he could make that pile of dry firewood burn. Bring light and warmth to a woman. Wasn't this the mission of a flame? However, Fang Yan just couldn't open his mouth to let her know that he couldn't do it and let her shout, "It's so hot." Fang Yan wiped the sweat on his forehead with the sleeve of his robe and said with a smile, "Isn't the atmosphere in the room too intimate?" "I'm not intimate," Lu Xiaoga said. She was also very hot. Not only was her body hot, but she also had to cover her hot body with a very warm mattress, no? Fang Yan was stunned and said, "Maybe the weather is getting hotter. Autumn in Huacheng is like this, it's the same as summer in the north." Lu Xiaoga replied with a and didn't say anything else. Fang Yan didn't say anything else and just focused on helping Lu Xiaoga apply the ointment. Every time he applied the cool ointment, Lu Xiaoga's body would tremble slightly. Sometimes, Fang Yan's fingers accidentally touched Lu Xiaoga's body, and Lu Xiaoga's body would tremble even more intensely. When the passion was at its peak, just a glance could make one orgasm. Fang Yan applied the ointment on both of Lu Xiaoga's knees that were scratched, and then carefully wrapped them with gauze. "It's done," Fang Yan said with a smile. After finishing the work at hand, there was actually a faint regret in his heart. In the future, he would never have the chance to look at Lu Xiaoga's thighs so openly, nor would he be able to gently touch them with his fingers. He couldn't let someone fall every day, right? Although Fang Yan did have the ability to do so. However, with Lu Xiaoga's physique, if she fell too many times, wouldn't she become disabled? Lu Xiaoga replied with another This sound was like a moan coming from her throat. Fang Yan looked at the motionless Lu Xiaoga lying there and asked softly, "Is there any other place?" Worried that Lu Xiaoga would misunderstand, Fang Yan quickly explained, "What I mean is, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere else?" "I'm fine," Lu Xiaoga said. Fang Yan felt a bit regretful in his heart. How could she be fine? So, Fang Yan put the ointment, gauze, scissors, and other items on the bed into the medicine box. He carried the box and got up from the bed and said, "Then you have a good rest. I'm going back to sleep." Lu Xiaoga replied in a low voice. Fang Yan smiled and carried the medicine box to leave. He reached for the doorknob and was about to open the door to leave when Lu Xiaoga suddenly called out, "Fang Yan." Fang Yan's body was shocked, and he asked softly, "Is there anything else?" "I want to drink water," Lu Xiaoga said. Fang Yan retreated again, ran to pour a cup of warm water, and fed it to Lu Xiaoga. When Lu Xiaoga drank the water, the way she looked at Fang Yan was very strange. Fang Yan didn't understand and thought, did she see through my wretched thoughts? After returning to his room, Fang Yan was still thinking about the deep meaning in Lu Xiaoga's eyes. An idea flashed through his mind, and he slapped himself hard in the face. She wants to drink water. Qinitian had a dream. In the dream, she accompanied Fang Yan to walk around Yanjing City in circles. They walked past the red walls and white tiles, the streets and alleys, the majestic Xuanwu Gate, and the dilapidated and heavy bell tower. They didn't speak, but occasionally looked at each other in the eyes, which made people feel sweet inside, as if they would fly into the sky like fairies if they stamped their feet. Outside a red wall, Fang Yan stopped. Because there was a red plum blossom sticking out of the wall, as if it was curiously looking at the world. Fang Yan jumped lightly and picked the plum blossom in his hand. He walked over step by step, and then under the shy and happy gaze of Qinitian, he inserted the plum blossom in her hair. Qinitian smiled happily, and her voice was like a silver bell that spread far and wide. She reached out to touch the plum blossom, but she grabbed a handful of sticky things. She opened her palm to look, and her hand was actually a large amount of bright red blood. Qinitian was frightened and wanted to throw the plum blossom away, but the plum blossom branch had disappeared, and only a large amount of sticky blood flowed down along her hair and cheeks. Qinitian suddenly woke up from her sleep, opened her eyes, and thought about the strange and terrifying story just now. Why did the plum blossom turn into a large amount of bright red blood? What was the meaning behind it? Qinitian was puzzled, so she simply lifted the quilt and walked to the window to look at the bright moonlight outside. Beep, the phone on the desk vibrated. Qinitian took the phone and glanced at it. She received a message. After reading the content of the message, she replied, "Don't do it again." She turned off the phone, and Qinitian stood in front of the window with her arms crossed. She thought, "Flower City, it's time to go back and take a look." Chapter 521. When Fang Yan got out of bed and went to the backyard to practice, Qi Ning was already training his body. Both of them were martial artists, so they naturally had the intention to compete with each other. On a morning when the sun was just rising, Qi Ning issued a challenge to Fang Yan, or perhaps it was a provocation. After promising Fang Yan that he would not hit his face or kick his crotch, the two of them finally got entangled with each other with excited expressions. Qi Ning pounced towards Fang Yan, but was flung away again. Saying it like that was too simple and perfunctory. There was no excitement of fists hitting flesh. The actual situation was like this. Qi Ning pounced towards Fang Yan with a ferocious tiger catching its prey. Fang Yan's body was like a willow in the wind, like duckweed in the water. When drunken crane rides the wind was displayed, Qi Ning had no way of touching his body. Qi Ning threw more than 10 punches and kicked more than 20 times. After being spun around a few times by Fang Yan, he finally lost his patience and roared, "If you have the ability, fight me with real bullets." Thus, Fang Yan used a drunken crane grabbing worms to grab Qi Ning and throw him away. Qi Ning flew far away and lay on the ground for a long time, unable to get up. From then on, Qi Ning woke up every morning to train with Fang Yan. Learning from others despite being ashamed, it could be considered as an improvement. Morning. Fang Yan smiled and took the initiative to greet Qi Ning. Morning. Qi Ning said. He was doing push-ups with one hand and looked very relaxed. In the past, when Qi Ning trained, when his training volume reached a certain level, he would start sweating profusely, and even his breathing would become rapid. Later on, Fang Yan taught him a breathing method. He used the breathing method taught by Fang Yan during training, and the effect was extremely obvious. Not only did it improve his physical fitness, but after training, his face did not turn red and his heart did not beat. It was as if he could run dozens of kilometers. When Qi Ning greeted Fang Yan, the way he looked at Fang Yan was very strange. Fang Yan glanced at Qi Ning and knew what he was thinking. He explained seriously, "What happened last night is not what you think. What are we imagining?" Qi Ning asked. "Just pretend I didn't say anything." Fang Yen pursed his lips and began to stand up. Qi Ning jumped up from the lawn and walked to Fang Yan's side to practice his stance. Ever since he lost to Fang Yen, he felt that everything Fang Yen did was a treasure, a secret martial art manual that would never be leaked to outsiders. Can you be more careful next time? Or, can you give us a heads up the next time you want to climb over the wall? Qi Ning lowered his voice and reminded her. He was worried that his words would be heard by Lu Chaoga and cause her to be disgusted. Do you know how dangerous this is? Fortunately, we found out in time and knew that the person who climbed the wall was you. If we mistook you for a rapist who sneaked in or a kidnapper, we would have shot you in the ass. Wouldn't the consequences be serious? Fang Yen thought about it and felt that what Qi Ning said was indeed very reasonable. Qi Ning and the others were Lu Chaoga's full-time bodyguards and were responsible for Lu Chaoga's safety. Last time when Qin Xiaoga was kidnapped, they had already been scolded by the main family. Even Scholar, who was specially sent by the Qin family to protect Lu Chaoga, was called back to Yanjing because of a major mistake. The movement of the grass around them could arouse their sensitive nerves. Climbing the wall to see Lu Chaoga in the early hours of the morning was easy to cause misunderstanding, and it would also increase the difficulty of their protection. If they really shot him in the ass, then he would really be wronged. So Fang Yen nodded and said, "Don't worry. In the future, such a thing will not happen again." After a pause, he said aloud, "If such a thing really happens, I will definitely tell you in advance. Thank you for your understanding." Qi Ning said. You can play the nurse and the patient, the police and the thief, the student and the teacher, or the teacher and the student. Why do you have to be Spider-Man? Isn't the difficulty a little too high? Fang Yen suddenly remembered that he hadn't sparred with Qi Ning for a long time. So, Fang Yen waved at Qi Ning and said, "Come, let me see if you have improved recently." Qi Ning was shocked and turned to run to the front yard. Fang Yan's figure flashed, and he was already in front of him. With a kick, he sent him flying. After Fang Yen finished his morning exercise every morning, he began to busy himself in the kitchen. He made porridge and fried eggs, baked a few pieces of bread, and cut a few fruits to make a salad. As he was about to put the food on a tray and send it to Lu Chaoga's room upstairs, Lu Chaoga came down by herself. Lu Xiaoga was wearing a set of loose white sportswear. He held the railing as he walked down the stairs carefully. Fang Yen was shocked and quickly ran to support Lu Chaoga and said, "Didn't I tell you last night? I told you to stay in bed and not go downstairs. I've already made breakfast and was about to send it to you." Lu Chaoga enjoyed Fang Yan's thoughtfulness and said softly, "I tried it, and my calf doesn't hurt as much as last night. Besides, I can't stay in bed, I want to get up and walk around. I don't even want to do anything." "Then let's have breakfast together," Fang Yen said and supported Lu Chaoga to the dining room. He took the initiative to help her pull out the chair, let her sit down slowly, and then put a bowl of hot porridge in front of her. Looking at the busy Fang Yen, Lu Chaoga had a warm and happy smile on her face. She really enjoyed her current life. After so many years of ups and downs, she was like an iceberg in the sea, in danger of sinking to the bottom of the sea or breaking into pieces at any time. She really wanted to settle down. Unfortunately, she also knew very well that this was only temporary. After taking care of Lu Chaoga, Fang Yen sat opposite to eat porridge and asked aloud, "Did you sleep well last night?" "Very well," Lu Chaoga said. She didn't sleep last night and woke up early this morning. She felt that every part of her body was very uncomfortable. It wasn't her knees, elbows, or chest, but she didn't know where it was. "I slept well," Fang Yen said. After the two had breakfast, Fang Yen cleaned up the dishes and went upstairs to change. Lu Chaoga was working in the living room. She didn't go to the company during this time, but some of the company's general matters were still decided by her. Fang Yen cleaned up and went downstairs. When he walked to Lu Chaoga, he slowed down and asked, "Do you still want water?" "What?" Lu Chaoga held a glass of lemonade in her hand and asked. Nothing. Fang Yen strode outside and said, if you're thirsty, call me, I'll bring you water. When Fang Yen appeared at his work again, he found that the problem today was more serious than before. The table was full of flowers. Baldy and the other two colleagues looked at him as if he was a god, as if it was their first time meeting him. These flowers, Baldy pointed at the flowers on the table and the bunch of flowers on the table that couldn't be placed on the ground and said, they're all for you. Before Fang Yen came, Baldy and Zheng Yong had carefully identified the flowers. None of these flowers were for them, not a single one. Why are those children so lacking in manners? Clean them up, Fang Yen said with a frown. He didn't like this situation. He didn't want to attract attention. He just wanted to be a quiet security guard. If he became the focus of the school again because of his outstanding performance, then he could only give up this job. What he needed wasn't these flowers and girls' pursuit. What he needed was to find a place where he could clear his mind and let his hostility dissipate so that he could study the heart of Tai Chi. The reason why he left Swallow Dock in Yanjing was because he knew that Rosefinch Secondary was such a place. And the last time he revived the heart of Tai Chi, it was also from this place. Talk to those students? It shouldn't have any effect. He had such an experience before. He talked to Chinitian countless times, but it ended up like this. Talk to the school's leaders? If Fang Yen was willing, from the school's principal Zhong Dei to every teacher in the school, they would be willing to solve his problems. If they were willing to help, they could definitely stop the enthusiasm of those students. But Fang Yen didn't want to do that. He didn't want to make this matter too complicated, and he didn't want to make it too official. Students of this age had a strong sense of self-esteem and were very sensitive to everything. If it wasn't solved properly, it would cause them to go to extremes in the future. Clean them up? Baldy looked at Fang Yen and asked, how do you want to clean them up? Whatever, Fang Yen said. Throw them into the trash can or send them somewhere else. Baldy was overjoyed and asked, can I give them to someone else? You can, Fang Yen said. Fang Yen took out today's newspaper and flipped through it. Sure enough, there was a report on the Qin Hong incident. However, the content of the report was that the evil had already been eradicated, and the dark faction members had realized their mistakes and surrendered themselves. A storm that had just started was dealt with so quickly and decisively. Surely a lot of people wouldn't want to accept this, right? Wouldn't they? Fang Yen tapped his fingers on the table, thinking, since you started this game, let's make it even more exciting. Using Hua City as the chessboard, using the people as the chess pieces, gambling to the death. Fang Yen closed the newspaper in his hand and said, I'm going out for a walk. Where are you going? There's going to be a patrol. I'm going to talk to the principal, Fang Yen said. Chapter 522. Fang Yen didn't want to go to the principal's office to talk to him. If it wasn't necessary, he didn't want others to know that he had a close relationship with the principal. With his current status and achievements, he really didn't need this kind of thing to make himself look good. He received a call from Zhong Dei on his way to work. Zhong Dei asked him to come to his office for a chat. He had just started work in the morning, and Zhong Dei looked very busy. After making a few calls, he put down the phone and explained to Fang Yen, it's been so many days since school started, and there are still people who want to send their children to our school. Some of them are rejected directly, and some of them can't be rejected directly, so I have to make a phone call to explain. In the past, everyone called me Zhong de Pao. I said whatever I wanted and scolded whoever I wanted. Now that I'm at Rosefinch, I have to tuck my tail between my legs and behave myself. Fang Yen smiled and said, a selfless heart is the greatest blessing in the world. Principal Zhong has a selfish heart now. Yes. I have a selfish heart now. Zhong Dei nodded and sat opposite Fang Yen. He held the tea that his assistant had brought and said, in the past, when I was in Ivy League, I had to compete with Rosefinch, Brown, and even with number 1 high school, number 2 high school, Huaqing High School, Wuxia Normal University High School, and other public schools. It's different now. Rosefinch is already the top private high school, and we don't have to compete with other private high schools anymore. Even compared to those public schools, our enrollment rate and the overall quality of our students are among the best. The more this is the case, the more careful I have to be, and the more I have to tuck my tail between my legs. Zhong Dei took a sip of tea and said, I like the phrase, dare to be the first in the world, but I have to admit that, the bird that stands out, is more in line with our current situation. Our Rosefinch Secondary is the best private school in Huaqing, and we have the intention of expanding to the whole country. At this time, we have to be more careful. Principal Zhong, I'm sorry. Fang Yan smiled and said, who asked you to be so capable? I invited you here to suffer. Zhong Dei laughed heartily and said, Fang Yan, your words prove that you have never wholeheartedly devoted yourself to your career. If he was doing something he dreamed of doing, how could he feel that it was hard? When you were a teacher at Rosefinch Secondary, you single-handedly promoted the reform of Rosefinch and even the entire Huaqing language system. You put in so much time and energy. Did you think it was hard at that time? I won't. Zhong Dei waved his hand and resolutely said, I'm willing to do what I like, no matter how tiring it is. To be able to see the revival of education is the greatest hope of my life. So, not only do I not feel tired, I also want to thank you and old Zhang. If it weren't for your kind invitation, if it weren't for old Zhang's benevolent demeanor, Zhong Dei would not be able to enjoy such pleasure for a while. Those who served the country and the people were all great heroes. Zhang Xiaofan had his own selfish motives, but he was still able to weigh the pros and cons in the face of major issues. Zhong Dei wholeheartedly wanted to revitalize the education in Huaqing. He wanted to train the students into talents with comprehensive development of morality, intelligence, and physique, or practical talents. What he was most afraid of was teachers who only cared about credits and used rigid textbooks to teach a group of nerdy students. They could memorize obscure ancient texts, but couldn't distinguish wheat from onions. They could draw a map of the world, but didn't dare to take a trip around their own small city. They could remember the famous words of ancient and modern sages, but didn't know how to pour a cup of hot tea and a bowl of hot rice for their parents. To him, it was a national disaster. So, Zhong Dei had been working hard for this, and often wrote articles to discuss the reform of education. Unfortunately, these articles did not attract the attention of the relevant people. Even so, Fang Yan still admired this kind of man. Because when others were silent, he was willing to stand up and make a sound. Sometimes, speaking the truth was a kind of courage. How many people had such courage? No matter what, you still have to take care of your body. Fang Yan advised him seriously, I know that Rosefinch has more and more problems, and I also know that you have too much pressure on your shoulders. Do you still remember? The first time we met, it was not a happy time. But the first time we met, I felt that you were the leader that our Rosefinch Secondary needs. Later, I discussed this matter with Headmaster Zhang, and he also felt that you are very suitable. It is not easy to find a suitable leader. If you get sick from exhaustion, I don't have much confidence that you can maintain the results that you have achieved all these years. That's not right, you think too highly of me, Zhong Dei said with a smile, whether I am here or not, Rosefinch is still Rosefinch. All these years, Headmaster Zhang and I have been doing one thing, which is to make management procedures. As long as there is a scientific and perfect management system and a rigorous and responsible supervision system, Rosefinch Secondary will be able to make great strides forward, and it will not be led astray because of one or a few people's incompetence or wrong decisions. However, I still like your praise for me. That's the other way around. Fang Wei said with a smile, you are the headmaster, and I am just a security guard. You should be the one praising my work. How can a security guard praise a headmaster? Who said that a security guard can't praise a headmaster? Even a security guard is willing to praise a headmaster, which proves that I am a competent headmaster. Besides, didn't you say that there is no distinction between high and low professions? Why are there differences between a headmaster and a security guard now? Fang Yan looked at Zhong Dei and asked, Headmaster Zhong also knows about this? Yes. It has such a big impact, how could I not know? Zhong Dei looked at Fang Yan and said, last night, when I was having dinner with the army chief, he told this matter as a joke at the dinner table. He said that his soldiers are unruly and rarely listen to people. I didn't expect that when it comes to our Rosefinch, they would be convinced by a small security guard. There are only a few people in the security office, and my first reaction was that it was you. I asked someone, and sure enough, it was you. Just a few jokes. I hope I didn't cause any trouble for the school, Fang Yan said with a smile. Zhong Dei looked at Fang Yan with burning eyes and said, Fang Yan, you are talented. You are also caring, every word you said touched the bottom of my heart. I think that if anyone can understand me, you will understand best. We are comrades, comrades in arms, brothers with the same ideals and goals. Fang Yan, you really don't want to consider my suggestion. I know you can do a good job as a security guard, but you can do more things. If you are willing, I will give you the position of headmaster of Rosefinch Secondary. Here he goes again. This was not the first time they talked about this. Last time, Fang Yan had clearly refused. When Fang Yan received Zhong Dei's call, he had already guessed his purpose. Sure enough, his guess was getting more and more accurate. Zhong Dei once again put forward a suggestion to change his job. Fang Yan pondered for a moment, then looked at Zhong Dei and said, I want to take revenge. What? Zhong Dei was stunned and asked, revenge? Yes. I want to take revenge, Fang Yan said with a smile. My father died so unjustly, I want to take revenge for him. Zhong Dei raised his eyebrows and said, shouldn't this kind of thing be handled by the police? According to normal people's point of view, if someone in the family was injured or tragically injured, it should be reported to the police. What's the point of taking revenge? This matter needs to be handled by me, Fang Yan explained. You can take revenge while working. Zhong Dei said, you can also look for the murderer while working. Both won't delay. Zhong Dei thought that the revenge Fang Yan mentioned was to find a way to find evidence, so he made this suggestion. There is a beast hiding inside my body. If I don't let this beast out, I might hurt myself. But if I let this beast out in the school, it might hurt the students. So, I can't accept your invitation, Zhong Dei said with a face full of regret. You're a genius in education. What a pity. Fang Yan smiled and said, when my heart calms down again, I might go back to school to teach. I'll wait for you to come back, Zhong Dei nodded and said. Yesterday, I talked to Director Liu on the phone. I was going to submit a report to her, but she said that the matter of Rosefinch Secondary should be discussed with you. Really? Fang Yan was stunned and asked, what is it? Zhong Dei walked back to his desk and took a document and said, take a look first. Fang Yan took the document and glanced at it. On it were the words Rosefinch Brand Expansion Plan. Fang Yan didn't open the folder and read it carefully. Instead, he looked at Zhong Dei and asked, you mean, to build a branch campus? That's right. Zhong Dei smiled and nodded. I think it's time to take this step. Why? Rosefinch's brand has matured. Now, not only the parents of students in Huacheng want to send their children to Rosefinch to study, but parents of students in other cities also want to send their children to Rosefinch to study. Our Rosefinch's brand influence has been built. Rosefinch's reputation is well known, and Rosefinch Secondary School can't accommodate so many people. Why don't we take this opportunity to take a step forward? Building a Rosefinch Secondary in every first-tier city in the country is something I've always wanted to do. Fang Yan could see the excitement in Zhong Dai's bones and the undisguised excitement in his eyes. When he looked at Fang Yan, he was a little worried that Fang Yan would reject his proposal. This was an aggressive man. He was willing to burn all his energy and wisdom for his career. "I agree," Fang Yan said with an extremely solemn tone. Chapter 523. What? Li Yun almost jumped out of her seat. Why is there a traffic jam? Li Yun couldn't be bothered to flirt with her daughter anymore. She pressed down on the window and looked at the long line of cars in front of her. She said angrily, "The traffic of a city represents the level of governance of the city. The traffic jam appeared out of nowhere. It proves that the leadership of the city is not good enough." Because she was too anxious, Li Yun could only vent her anger on the city manager. Li Yun looked at her watch. There were only 20 minutes left until the signing ceremony. They were going to report to the media about the signing ceremony of the 3 companies. She was the person in charge of Wuxia Investment Group. She could be said to be the main organizer and initiator. If she couldn't get to the venue in time, what would happen to the signing ceremony? Should he postpone the time or find someone else to stand up and replace him? If she delayed it, the auspicious hour would be missed. The old master of the Lan family still believed in these supernatural things. He had specially asked a master to look at it. Finding another person to stand up and sign on his behalf, although it was just a statement, the people outside would interpret it differently. Everyone knew that Jiang Zhuliu's Longtu group had the unconditional support of the Jiang family and the limited cooperation of the Lan family. If the Jiang family didn't appear in the signing ceremony jointly organized by the 3 families, how would others view Jiang Zhuliu? How would they view the Jiang family? Or rather, how would they interpret the relationship between the 2 families? Li Yun glanced at the assistant in the front passenger seat and said, "Jiang Shifeng, go out and see what's going on." "Yes, madam." The man in glasses got out of the car and walked forward quickly. Soon, Jiang Shifeng went back to the front passenger seat and said, "Madam, they said there was a car accident in front. A few cars had a series of collisions." "Oh my God." Li Yun touched her forehead. If it was a normal traffic accident, they might be able to pass after waiting for a few minutes. However, if it was a series of collisions, the situation would be very troublesome. If there were casualties, it was very likely that the traffic would be blocked for a few hours. "Jiang Shifeng, call the mayor of Huacheng." Li Yun said, "Ask them to solve this problem immediately." "Madam, I'm afraid we don't have enough time." Jiang Shifeng reminded. "Even if Mayor Zhang calls the traffic police to deal with it, we won't have enough time." "Are there any other routes?" Li Yun asked. "There's a subway line that can reach it," General Shifeng said. "Get out." Before Li Yun could finish her sentence, she was the first to open the door and jump out. Shangxin and Shifeng followed closely behind. They did not dare to let Li Yun squeeze into the subway alone. Looking at the dense crowd in front of her, Li Yun felt a little dizzy. She had never squeezed into a subway before. She thought that by buying a ticket, she could quickly wait for a train, and then the train would rumble forward with them. That wasn't the case at all right? All the ticket vending machines had long queues, and all the ticket booths were overcrowded. It would take at least a few minutes to get a ticket. However, in this world, things were easy with money. The young men who blocked Shifeng took out a few bills from their pockets and handed them over, saying, "Young man, we are in a hurry. Can we buy the tickets in your hands?" The young people had enough time but not too much money, so they immediately agreed to the deal that seemed very fair to them. General Shifeng brought Li Yun and Shangxin into the subway station. They didn't have to wait for long before a train arrived. When Shifeng finally escorted Li Yun and Shangxin onto the train, he realized that there were no seats on the train. Not only were there no seats, but it was also very crowded to stand. People squeezed against each other, hot sweat flowed freely, and the air was abnormally turbid. Li Yun and Shangxin tried their best to hold their breaths, but there was still a pungent smell entering their nostrils. As Li Yun and Shangxin's image was too outstanding, many people were sizing them up. Some people with ulterior motives also started to walk over, and the space they could move around became more and more crowded. Scram! Jiang Shangxin suddenly shouted. A long-haired man standing in front of Jiang Shangxin glared at her angrily and scolded, "Wretched woman, who are you asking to scram? Do you think that this subway belongs to you? Others can only get on if you allow them to. Others can't get on if you don't allow them to. You know what you have done. Do you believe that I will cripple your dirty hands if you dare to touch me again?" When had Jiang Shangxin ever suffered such grievances? Not only was she taken advantage of, but she was also insulted and disgusted. Her anger surged. "I groped you. I think you are the one who touched me, right? I can tell from the way you dress that you are a mistress of some man. I can tell that you are a green TB*TCH. I know women like you the best. You're debauched to the bone, but your heart is very empty. You pounce on handsome men when you see them. Don't lean on me if you are so capable. Tell me what you said one more time, will you? When did I look at you? I feel disgusted when I see you. Do you like to hear it? If you like it, you can repeat it 100 times. I can tell that you are." Bam! Jiang Shangxin need the crew cut. The crew cut howled and fell to the ground with his hands on his stomach. Wow! Seeing that Jiang Shangxin had kicked him without saying a word, the people around him immediately dispersed. The perverts who were dilly-dallying on Jiang Shangxin's body were gone. The suffocating and narrow space had increased by a few times. Even the air they breathed felt much fresher. "Help, I am going to die. Call the police. I am going to die." The long-haired man rolled on the ground and shouted. "Idiot!" Jiang Shangxin scolded him with a look of disdain. Beating up a sex maniac wasn't a big deal to her. Jiang Shangxin guarded Xiaofan by Li Yun's side and avoided the perverts who dared to touch his big boss. However, he had to take good care of his boss's daughter. He stared coldly at the long-haired man who was lying on the ground and took out his phone to make a call. They were only 3 stops away from the Longtu building. They reached their destination very quickly. When they alighted, the long-haired man tried to stop them but was pushed to the ground by Xiaofan. When the long-haired man tried to get up again, 2 police officers ran over and caught him. Xiaofan looked at the 2 police officers and said, "I don't have much time to explain. You can check the surveillance footage in the car and you will know the situation. This is my name card, you can contact me anytime." After he finished speaking, he quickly chased after Li Yun and Jiang Shangxin, who were already in front of him. The long-haired man was dumbfounded. He looked at the 2 police officers and smiled. "Police officers, who did I offend? How would I know who you offended?" The middle-aged police officer said angrily, "I only know that Bureau Chief Wang from the municipal police station called Bureau Chief Lin and asked us to come over to handle a molestation case. Police officers, this is a misunderstanding. I didn't stand properly and touched the woman's breasts. I didn't do it on purpose. You know that such things can't be avoided in a car." Li Yun's phone rang again after they got out of the subway station. Li Yun took a look at the caller ID and answered the call immediately. She smiled and said, "Jiang Ling, what's the matter? Fourth aunt, have you arrived? I was stuck on the road just now. They said that there was a series of collisions in front. I had no choice but to leave the car and take the subway here. I will reach Longtu building in a few minutes." Li Yun explained, "Have you received the military order? I was stuck on the road." Jiang Junling said, "You can start first, don't wait for me." Okay, I will sign with them first. Li Yun smiled and said, Jiang Ling, you don't have to rush. It won't delay anything. Thank you, fourth aunt, Jiang Junling said. After hanging up the phone, Li Yun said to Jiang Shangxin, fortunately, we arrived in time. I wanted Jiang Junling to come forward and sign on our behalf. I didn't expect him to be stuck on the road too. Someone from the Jiang family has to step forward for this signing ceremony. So annoying. Jiang Shangxin said unhappily, those people are so uncultured. All right. Li Yun comforted her and said, the world is so big and full of strange things. There are good people and bad people, this is a matter of course. You usually have a luxurious car and a clean foot. You have been away from society for too long. To many people, what you encountered today is not a problem at all. They crossed the pedestrian bridge and walked towards the majestic Longtu building. Just as they reached the entrance, they saw a group of workers in Longtu uniforms gathering in their direction. The security guards of Longtu building were running out and getting ready to chase these people out. However, these workers were very cunning. They chased after them and came back again when they stopped. Both parties were playing hide and seek. The reporters who were waiting for the signing ceremony to begin in the hall got the news and came out to film this scene. Li Yun's heart skipped a beat. She finally realized that perhaps all natural disasters were man-made disasters. From the inexplicable series of collisions to the workers gathering to create trouble, it was all secretly planned by someone. Someone didn't want the three parties to cooperate and wanted to smear layers of dog sh*t on their faces. Chapter 524. Sir, may I know why all of you are gathered here? The reporter randomly pulled an old man for an interview and pointed the camera at his wrinkled face. We want an explanation. The old man said with a lisp, we are all workers from the Jiahua Electronics Factory. Jiahua Electronics Factory? The reporter was obviously stunned. He smiled and said, Sir, this is the Longtu building. Did you get the wrong place? We didn't get the wrong place. We are looking for Longtu Corporation. They were the ones who bought over the Jiahua Electronics Factory and used a fake contract to buy out all of us old workers. Not only did they kick us out of the factory, they also cut off our medical insurance. We are old now and can't work anymore. Furthermore, we are sick. When we went to the Jiahua Electronics Factory, the director said that he had nothing to do with this matter and that Longtu Corporation was responsible for taking care of us. Only then did we realize that Longtu Corporation had tricked us. How are we going to survive, sir? Did you bring the buyout contract from before? We brought it all. The old man took out a yellowed paper bag from his pocket. The reporter reached out to take it, but the old man quickly held it in his arms and said, Don't tell me you are in cahoots with them? I heard that there are many bad people among the reporters. Sir, we are not bad people. If what you said is true, we will find a way to seek justice for you. Sir, we will not accept your contract. You can spread it out and let our cameraman take a shot of the contract. In this way, Li Yun's face was pale and her eyes were filled with anger as she walked toward the Longtu building. After Shangxin took a look at the contract from another worker, she quickly caught up with her mother, Li Yun, and said, the Jiang family's acquisition of the Jiahua Electronics Factory back then was indeed dishonest. However, one party was willing to take the hit, and the other party was willing to take the hit. Since they had signed the contract, they should have followed the contract. However, someone exposed them at this crucial point. It was obvious that they were trying to embarrass us. Fang Yan. Li Yun gritted her teeth and shouted this name. In Huacheng, only Fang Yan dared to go against them. Only he had the ability to trample on the faces of the Jiang clan and the Lan clan so ruthlessly under his feet. With Du Qing's help, Fang Yan was like a tiger that had grown wings. It could really be him. Jiang Shangxin chuckled and said, this guy never seems to be willing to lose out. After Jiang Junling plotted against them, he immediately gave us a show of strength. His power in Flower City is truly shocking. A single command is enough to make it difficult for us to move an inch. Hearing her daughter's words, Li Yun's heart sank even faster. He didn't go directly to the conference room where the signing ceremony would be held. Instead, he took the elevator to Jiang Zhuliu's office. Jiang Zhulu came out and said with a serious expression, "Mom, did you see everything?" "Yes," Li Yun said expressionlessly. "Zhulu, what do you plan to do?" "I've already asked the group's legal department to negotiate with them." Jiang Zhulu invited the three of them to his office to rest. After the secretary served tea and left, Jiang Zhulu said, "But for them to jump out at this time, they're definitely not here with good intentions. I'm afraid that they will demand an exorbitant price. We were stuck in traffic on the way here," Li Yun said. "They said that there was a series of car collisions ahead, and because they were afraid of delays, they had to take the subway to rush over. The military order is still stuck on the road and won't be here for a while. They asked us to start first and not wait for him." Jiang Zhuliu's expression darkened, and he said fiercely, "The Lan clan called just now. They said that they were also stuck on the road. I'm afraid that they won't be here for a while. Fang Yan has started to retaliate. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? Damn Du Qing." "Yes," Li Yun said, "Fang Yan has started to retaliate. Only he has such capabilities and guts." Jiang Zhulu sneered and said, "It's hard for him to stop the three of us from joining forces, so he can only use such underhanded methods to obstruct us and create some difficulties for us, to embarrass himself. Is this just some underhanded methods?" Jiang Shangxin said with a cold expression, "We were stuck in the middle of the traffic, and we had no choice but to abandon the car and take the subway. We were molested on the subway, and even called the police for help. Just as we walked to the entrance of Longtu building, we saw the workers protesting against Longtu's previous overbearing contract, and the reporters were fighting to report on it. If this matter isn't handled well, Longtu Group's reputation will be tarnished. If we want to settle this matter properly, we have to satisfy those workers' exorbitant demands. If we satisfy them, what about the other workers?" Today, dozens of workers gathered at the entrance of Longtu building to protest. If your legal department agrees to their harsh conditions today, there will be thousands of people gathering at the entrance of Longtu building to protest tomorrow. Is this trouble just a small trouble to you? To encounter so many troublesome matters so early in the morning, I'm afraid that this collaboration, Shangxin. Li Yun shouted sternly and interrupted what Jiang Shangxin was about to say. She said, "Since it has already happened, think about how to settle it. What's the use of blaming each other?" Jiang Shangxin knew that her mother didn't want to see a dispute between her and Jiang Zhulu, so she turned her face away unhappily. Jiang Zhulu walked quickly to Jiang Shangxin and asked with a concerned look, "Molested on the subway? What exactly happened? Where is the person who molested you? I want him to suffer a fate worse than death." Li Yun took a look at Jiang Zhulu and said, "All right, Zhulu, the matter has already passed. We have already called the police, and the police will punish him. What we need to do now is to settle the matter that happened right under our noses." Jiang Zhulu looked at Jiang Shangxin with a pitiful gaze, then turned around and said to Li Yun, "I will call the Lan family again. No matter what, the signing ceremony must be held as per normal." Li Yun raised her wrist and looked at her watch. She said, "The previously confirmed time has already passed. Let's see when they will be able to rush over. Let's choose another time." Jiang Zhulu immediately called the Lan family's representative. Lan Ling informed him that they would need another half an hour to rush over, and he apologized repeatedly over the phone. Jiang Zhulu comforted Lan Ling, hung up the phone, and said to Li Yun, "Let's sign at 11:30. We are fine with it." Li Yun frowned and said, "Get the assistant to give each of the reporters a red packet. Make it bigger and say more nice things. Also, get someone to call the media leaders who came today and ask them not to report negative news about Longtu Group, report more positive news. I understand. Jiang Zhulu nodded and said, Fang Yan knew about the Longtu Group's misfortune, and he knew that this was Du Qing's doing. As a veteran local tyrant in Huacheng, it was very easy for him to make Jiang Junling and the rest suffer. It was too easy to cause a traffic jam. Once they knew the exact time of the signing ceremony, they could get their underlings to find out the route that the important figures of the Lan family would be driving on, and then create some trouble at key locations. These little tricks couldn't hurt anyone, but they were enough to disgust people. Furthermore, it made it hard for people to vent their anger. Everyone would feel very uncomfortable if such an incident happened on such a joyous day. The real killer move was still the trouble caused by the employees of Jiahua Electronics Factory. No matter how Jiang Zhulu and the rest solved this problem, they would only be losers. If they compensated those troublemakers, what kind of compensation would be given to the other factories that were acquired and the existing workers? One had to know that Longtu had set up quite a number of contract traps for its expansion in the past few years. Those workers couldn't see it themselves, but Fang Yan and Du Qing didn't mind stepping up to be angels who took pleasure in helping others. If they refused to compensate those troublemakers, the overwhelming news from the media would make them infamous. The sharpest tool to kill wasn't the knife, but the brain. Of course, most people couldn't use the second tool well. When Fang Yan drove back, he kept feeling that a car was following him. He turned east, and the car followed him. He turned west, and the car followed him. Fang Yan drove towards the Pearl River area. After parking the car by the Pearl River, he went straight to a tea house by the river. Shui Wuxia Tea House. Fang Yan chose a table near the window and ordered a pot of Dongting Biluakan tea. Not long after, a beautiful woman walked over, pulled out a chair, and sat opposite Fang Yan. The woman looked around and said with infinite grievance, "Aren't you supposed to treat me to a meal? I'm hungry, I can't drink tea. I promised someone that I would go back for a meal." Fang Yan said, "So I can only treat you to tea." Lu Chaoga? The woman chuckled. "I heard that you're living a comfortable life in Huacheng. You're even playing the game of keeping a mistress." Fang Yan held the teacup and drank the tea, saying, "My life is all right. If you think I'm a mistress, I'm indeed being kept in a mistress house." The woman giggled, her delicate red lips exuding a fatal charm. She played with her slightly curly hair with one finger, looked at Fang Yan sitting opposite her and said, "You really don't know your place. What kind of mistress are you? Lu Chaoga is the real mistress. You and Lu Chaoga flirting in Huacheng, aren't you afraid that the Yi girl will be jealous?" Fang Yan thought about it, then said, "She won't be jealous." Liar. The woman sneered. "In this world, there are only women who don't love you. Which woman won't be jealous?" Chapter 525. The girl's words weren't unreasonable. In this world, there were only women who didn't love you. How could there be a woman who wouldn't be jealous? If a woman loved you wholeheartedly, then she would want your body to be hers, your heart to be hers, your house to be hers, your car to be hers, the diamond ring to be yours, and your bank card to be hers. Based on Fang Yan's understanding of Yi Rou, although she always looked like a calm and indifferent fairy, she was actually a little petty deep down. Not only was she brutal and violent, she also liked to hold grudges. Most importantly, she would definitely take revenge. If she knew that he was living with Lu Chaoga, she would definitely be secretly angry. When the anger accumulated to a certain extent, it would turn into a powerful bomb and explode. Fang Huohua would be beaten to death by her again. Moreover, Fang Yan knew that she definitely knew that he was living with Lu Chaoga. Who asked him to have too many spies around him? Sometimes, Fang Yan would also reflect, Yi Rou had so many flaws, why did he agree to be her boyfriend? Even if she once hugged his thigh and begged him to be her boyfriend, he shouldn't have been soft-hearted and agreed, one's life was important, and he couldn't be careless. It wasn't like he didn't understand this principle, too soft-hearted. This was Fang Yan's evaluation of himself. Fang Yan looked at the girl sitting opposite him gloomily and said, "Why did you come to Huaqing again?" "I came to see you." The girl said. "I was afraid that you weren't doing well, so I came to see, but after following you secretly for 2 days, I realized that you were doing better than I imagined. Since you see that I'm doing well, you should quickly go back." Fang Yan said, "Huaqing is in troubled times, don't get involved." "What? Is someone bullying you again?" The girl raised her eyebrows. Obviously, she didn't like to hear people bullying Fang Yan. "No." Fang Yan shook his head. "I'm bullying someone." "That's great." The woman almost jumped with joy. "Who is so lucky to be bullied by you?" "I like to bully people the most." "Fang Yan, let me help you bully people?" Seeing Fang Yan smiling bitterly without saying anything, the girl said with a displeased expression, "So stingy. It was rare to find a fun game. Wouldn't it be better for everyone to play together? I'm bored to death." Fang Yan looked at the girl's beautiful face with a serious expression and said softly, "For you, everything is just a game?" The girl's face darkened. She held the teacup and lowered her head to drink. When she raised her head again, her playful and joyful expression returned. She said, "Fang Yan, are you still blaming me? Blame me for not choosing you back then? Are you blaming me for not accepting your pursuit?" Fang Yan was extremely angry and said, "Do you know that there is a saying, young and ignorant? Who didn't do a few stupid things when they were young? They thought that there were treasures in the ditch, that there was a dragon palace in the back mountain, that they jumped down from the top of a 3-story building with an umbrella, kicked their legs, and said that they knew Qigong. When they saw a woman with big breasts, they thought it was his first love." Fang Yan, the girl was so angry that the teacup in her hand creaked. It was as if the teacup made of porcelain could not bear the weight and could break at any time. Fang Yan drank his tea calmly, not caring about the girl's angry attitude at all. The girl was angry for a while, put the teacup in her hand on the table, crossed her fingers, and looked at Fang Yan with a smile. She said, "Yi Ruru's breasts are not as big as mine, right?" Puff! Fang Yan spat out the tea in his mouth and looked for a tissue to wipe his mouth in a panic. The girl looked at Fang Yan's embarrassment and giggled, as if she had gotten her revenge. Fang Yan wiped the water stains on the table and the corners of his mouth with a tissue. He stared at the girl angrily and said, "And Xiao, can you be serious? We are talking about our first love," and Xiao was the name of Phoenix. Fang Yan liked to call her by this name when he was angry. Of course, most people called her Phoenix Girl. "You were the one who didn't get serious first." The girl raised her nose slightly and said disdainfully, "You were the one who said that when he saw a woman with big breasts, he thought it was his first love, but you still can't compare with Yi Ruru." "Why can't I compare with her?" The girl asked back, "Isn't Yi Ruru a woman? Is she as big as my breasts?" "Fang Yan, how did you fall in love with Yi Ruru? Didn't you hate her the most in the past?" The girl looked at Fang Yan sitting across from her and said, "Do you still remember? Every time she beat you black and blue, she would tear off your arm and break your leg bones. Every time you fought with her, you would go to me to treat and bandage your wounds. You said you had never seen such a violent woman. You said she was the ugliest woman in the world. You also said that such a woman would never be able to get married. You said that even if you liked a pig, you wouldn't like Yi Ruru. Why don't you like a pig?" Fang Yan's expression was a little embarrassed. He said with a red face, "That was in the past. After I got to know her more, I realized that Yi Ruru was actually a good person. Although she was very violent, she was kind at heart. Although she always beats me black and blue, that's because I provoked her first. She tore off my arm and broke my leg bones, that was also to encourage me to make progress, hoping that I could achieve something in martial arts. You men, the girl's smile was very bitter. She said, you are all born liars. Fang Yan looked at the girl and said, I didn't lie to you. When I liked you, I really liked you, how could he not really like her? He tried to find reasons to meet her, racked his brains to please her, and his heart was bleeding when he saw her dating other boys. He thought about her when he ate, thought about her when he slept. The first thing he did when he opened his eyes was to ask her if she had a good sleep last night. The last thing he did before going to bed was to ask her to sleep early and not to stay up late. At that time, he liked her without any distractions. At that time, she was the sky and the whole world. When you don't like me, you really don't like me anymore, right? The girl asked. Fang Yan was silent. After a while, he looked at the girl and said with a smile, you and Bai Xiu, aren't you good? Fang Yan, do you like Bai Xiu? The girl asked. No. Fang Yan said straightforwardly, who would like their rival in love? Pfft, the girl smiled charmingly. You're such a straightforward fellow. You wouldn't believe me even if I said I liked him, Fang Yan said with a smile. Bai Xiu is more handsome than you, more knowledgeable than you, and better at kung fu than you, that's why you don't like him, right? Yi Gentle is prettier than you, more elegant than you, and better at kung fu than you, that's why you said her breasts aren't as big as yours, right? Fang Yan and Xiao, the two glared at each other fiercely, neither willing to admit defeat. After a while, Fang Yan moved his gaze away first and said, you still haven't answered me. Why did you come to Flower City at this time? I already answered you. I thought your life in Flower City was miserable, so I came to see you. I didn't expect you to hide a mistress and live a better life than I imagined. Humph, I'll tell Yi Gentle when I get back. Do you think she'll believe you? Of course she won't believe me, the phoenix said with a proud expression, but she'll definitely bear a grudge against me. She's already known. It's not scary for a woman to be smart, but it's scary for a woman to play dumb. It's one thing for her to know, but if I say it in front of her, why are you doing this to me? Because I hate you. The two each had their own thoughts as they sipped their tea. Their gazes were leisurely cast on the surface of the Pearl River. The breeze on the river was cool, but both of them felt a bit gloomy. It was as if something wanted to break out of their bodies, but couldn't break through their skin and flesh. It was extremely uncomfortable. On the river, there were cruises full of tourists, as well as single-person ferries. They were the scenery for the customers, and the teahouses were also the scenery for them. At this time, Fang Yan's gaze met with a man's. It was a very strange pair of eyes. They were very gentle, but they contained a powerful force. Coming into contact with them was like being punched in the eye socket. His eyes were sore and swollen, and tears flowed down his face. Unleashing one's martial prowess was a madman. Fang Yan didn't like this feeling, so he looked for that pair of eyes again. He quickly found his target. It was a passenger on a canoe. The man wasn't tall, and he was slightly chubby. His hair was very short, so short that it was next to his scalp. He was wearing a set of brown sportswear, and he looked extremely inconspicuous at first glance. However, Fang Yan just happened to know that this person had the aura of a dragon and the aura of a tiger. He was extremely aggressive. Fang Yan shifted his gaze again, which surprised the man. His eyes were locked on Fang Yan, and he once again swept over with his dignity. To his surprise, the aura of a murderous aura was like a stone sinking into the sea, and it didn't cause any waves. The young man sitting in the tea house was still looking at him calmly with a faint smile on his face, as if he was laughing at his useless efforts. Just as he was about to test it again, his eyes suddenly felt as if they were being pricked by a sharp needle. He covered his eyes with both hands, and his body retreated repeatedly. The man knew that he had been sneak attacked by the young man. He had just used a visual attack on the other party, and the other party had also used a visual attack on him. Visual attack? That young man actually knew how to use a visual attack. The man didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed. After rubbing his eyes, he once again walked to the edge of the canoe, and used the body freezing technique to stop the boat from moving on the river. He directly shouted towards the tea house, the lady in red on the second floor, "Would you accompany me on the boat to enjoy the scenery?" Phoenix had long since discovered the flirtatious glances between Fang Yen and the strange man on the canoe. Hearing him shout towards her, and the fact that she was the only lady on the second floor, and she just so happened to be wearing a red dress, she couldn't help but become angry. In a tender voice, she scolded, "Who are you talking to if I poke out your dog eyes?" Chapter 526. With you, of course. Seeing Phoenix's anger, the man didn't seem to mind at all and continued to boast shamelessly. "The only person who can catch my eye on both sides of the Pearl River is you. Would you be willing to give me face and take a boat to the west to see the scenery on both sides of the river?" "I'm not interested in watching the scenery with you," Phoenix said with an unfriendly expression. This was the first time she was being teased in public. In the past, it was always her who teased others, like Fang Yen. "Miss, you're not giving me any face," the strange man on the boat laughed and said. The strange man on the boat chuckled and said, "Miss, why don't you discuss it with the pretty boy opposite you? Maybe he'll agree to my request. Let your mother accompany you," Phoenix cursed. As she spoke, she had already thrown the teacup in her hand. Whoosh, the teacup jumped out of the window, pierced through the air, and smashed towards the man's face with a whistling sound. As fast as a meteor, it arrived in the blink of an eye. "Pa!" The man grabbed with one hand and the teacup landed in his palm. He drank the remaining tea in the cup in one gulp, greedily kissed the rim of the cup, and loudly praised, "Good tea, fragrant tea. Good tea, fragrant tea." "You pervert." Phoenix grabbed the teapot and was about to throw it at the man again. "The tea has been drunk, the teacup is returned." The man flicked his finger and the teacup flew back at an even faster speed. "Pa!" Phoenix slapped the teacup away with her palm. Before it could reach her face, she had already used her internal energy to slap it away. Splash! The teacup lost its momentum and fell into the Pearl River in front of her. She wouldn't touch something that had been used by others, and the man had even kissed the rim of the teacup, which made her feel even more disgusted. The man laughed and said, "Miss, you're so irritable. I'm afraid your inner fire is rising, and your yin and yang are not in harmony. I have a side that can cure you. Would you like to try?" This time, not only was Phoenix's expression embarrassed, but even Fang Yen was furious. He casually threw the teacup in his hand over. The teacup was filled with tea, and it spun rapidly like a top as it flew towards the man's face. "I'm not interested in a man's teacup." As the man spoke, he reached out to slap the teacup that Fang Yen had thrown at him away. "Pa!" When the strength of his palm came into contact with the rotating teacup, the teacup suddenly exploded. The shards of the teacup shattered and shrouded the man's body. The tea in the teacup splashed everywhere, splashing all over the man's face and body. The man stood there in a daze for a long time, then burst out laughing. Beautiful. It was simply too beautiful. Whirlwind explosion, one whirlwind, one world. It is difficult for external forces to fuse, and it is difficult for external objects to enter. Touching it would break the balance and cause one's body to explode. I didn't expect to see an expert who can use whirlwind explosion on the Pearl River, the man shouted loudly. He shouted to Fang Yen in the tea house, "Brother, what's your name?" He had just called Fang Yen a gigolo, but now he was calling him brother in the blink of an eye. This man's moral integrity, it was so insignificant that it could be ignored. Fang Yen replied in a deep voice, "Don't call me brother." He was not willing to be brothers with others easily. Fang Yan? Are you brother Fang Yan from Swallow Doc's Fang Tai Chi? Fang Yan's eyes turned cold, and he said, "That's me." No wonder. The man praised and said, "It's said that Fang Tai Chi has a successor and is the rising star of the Tai Chi branch. Seeing you today, it really lives up to its reputation. Who are you?" Fang Yan asked loudly. Fang Yan had no impression of this man at all, but the man clearly knew his identity. This was a very bad feeling, and it also made him feel insecure, as if he was being coveted. "Ho Zhendong," the man replied loudly, "my friends who have met me call me martial arts fanatic." Martial arts fanatic? Fang Yan was stunned. This ordinary-looking middle-aged man with a wretched manner was martial arts fanatic, one of Wuxia's 7 fanatics. Fang Yan felt as if his faith had collapsed. Music fanatic, who could make his Tai Chi heart resonate strongly and cause his clothes to explode, was a godlike character that he could never forget. Why did martial arts fanatic, who was as famous as music fanatic, look like a tragic tram fanatic? How could such a person be chosen as one of Wuxia's 7 fanatics? Did someone in the organizing committee accept a red packet from him? Martial arts fanatic? Phoenix was also a member of the pugilistic world. Perhaps she did not know the name Ho Zhendong, but the title of martial arts fanatic was so impressive that very few people did not know it. Martial arts fanatic of Wuxia's 7 fanatics? Why is he in Huacheng? Why is he, like this? As expected, Phoenix and Fang Yan felt the same way. How could such a person be called martial arts fanatic? Was there not a single member of the 7 Fanatics Appearance Association? In their minds, a martial arts fanatic should have a jade-like face, shoulder-length hair, serious in speech and manner, and have the demeanor of an immortal. It's fine when he doesn't move, but when he does, the earth will shake. Fang Yan also felt like the earth was shaking, but it was because of the martial arts fanatic's image and the way he teased the girl just now. "He might be a fake," Fang Yan whispered. Fang Yan's voice was very soft, but the martial arts fanatic heard it. Ho Zhendong shouted, "Ignorant brat, who dares to fake the title of martial arts fanatic? Aren't you afraid that I'll fight him to the death?" "Senior martial arts fanatic is right," Fang Yan shouted. "It's my great honor to meet Senior today. If there's a chance in the future, I'll invite Senior for tea again." Fang Yan grabbed Phoenix's arm and said in a low voice, "Let's go." Saying so, the two of them prepared to slip out of the tea house. "Brat, don't go," the martial arts fanatic shouted. "An invitation is not as good as a chance encounter. Since we're meeting at the edge of the Pearl River, how could we not have a good fight? Stay, let's spar." "Senior, unfortunately, my wife is giving birth in the hospital today." While speaking, Fang Yan had already left his chair and ran towards the stairs. "Fang Yan brat, don't go." The martial arts fanatic was furious, shouting Fang Yan's name, wanting him to stay. How could Fang Yan dare to stay? He only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. The martial arts fanatic was famous mainly because of his obsession with martial arts. It's said that the martial arts fanatic became famous at a young age, then began to travel everywhere to challenge others. As long as he takes a fancy to an opponent, he'll find a way to make them fight. In order to stimulate his opponent's fighting spirit, he'll even use some very dishonorable methods. For example, when he teased the Phoenix just now, he must have thought that the Phoenix was Fang Yan's girlfriend, so he directly set his target on the Phoenix. Fang Yan, the opponent that he had his eyes on, would naturally be enraged for the sake of his beauty and jump out to fight with him for 300 rounds. Moreover, he'll be full of anger, so he'll definitely not show mercy. Unexpectedly, before Fang Yan could make a move, Phoenix already couldn't help but throw a cup at him. The martial arts fanatic loved to fight all his life, and those who fight are sure to win. Out of over 1,000 challengers, he only lost once. He only lost to the old drunkard Mo Qingdi at his peak. Even his teacher who taught him was defeated after he left for 10 years, and has since gone into seclusion. Some said that he was angered to death by his disciple, while others said that he was painstakingly researching new moves to defeat his disciple. But until now, he still hasn't succeeded. There are many rumors, but no one knows which one is the real situation. What Fang Yan didn't expect was that he just came to the riverside to drink a cup of tea, meet a wretched uncle, and then run into one of the legendary 7 addicts of Wuxia, the martial addict. As long as it's an opponent that the martial addict takes a fancy to, he won't be able to avoid him. He'll always follow behind you, and make all kinds of provocative moves. Now, Fang Yan is running into such a person. Just as Fang Yan ran to the stairs, he heard a whistling sound behind him. Fang Yan didn't even turn his head, and struck out with his palm. Crack, with a crisp sound, the wooden board was smashed into pieces by Fang Yan. The martial addict actually kicked out a wooden board, using it as a weapon to stop Fang Yan from leaving. At the same time, he kicked another 2 boards into the water, and with a leap, he stepped onto the wooden board. Pa, 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 his toes touched the floating board, and he crossed the river, leaping up to the 2nd floor of the tea house. His movements were rapid, and his body was like a dragonfly skimming the water. At the same time that Fang Yan smashed the board, he had already rushed to where Fang Yan was sitting, and looked at Fang Yan mockingly, saying, "Little friend Fang Yan, are you really in such a hurry to leave?" Fang Yan and Phoenix had to stop. Fang Yan turned to look at the martial addict, and said, "Senior Ho, why are you in such a hurry to go upstairs?" "Fight with me," the martial addict said. "I want you to fight with me. Since you know who I am, you should know that this is the only thing I want." "No problem," Fang Yan readily agreed. "Really?" The martial addict was overjoyed. "When and where?" 10 years from now, at the Shui Wuxia tea house, I'll see you there," Fang Yan said heroically. "A gentleman's promise is worth 1,000 gold. How could I lie to you about such a serious matter?" "Where is Shui Wuxia?" the martial addict asked. Fang Yan looked at the martial addict in shock. Shouldn't his focus be on why the duel is 10 years from now? The martial addict finally thought of this and angrily said, "Ignorant brat, you've wronged me again. Why is it 10 years from now?" "I can't beat you right now," Fang Yan sincerely said. "You are the famous 7 addicts of Wuxia. I don't think I'm a match for you at all." The martial addict smirked and said, "It's just a lowly name, not worth mentioning. Don't take it to heart, a person's name is like a tree's shadow." Senior martial addict is famous throughout Wuxia. The number of combatants that have lost to you is uncountable. Fang Yan is still young, how could he be a match for Mr. Martial Addict? "Not only am I not a match for you, I don't even have the qualifications to fight against you." Fang Yan looked at the martial addict with a face full of respect, as if flattery was free of charge. However, a soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier, and a warrior who doesn't want to defeat the martial addict is not a good warrior. "Mr. Martial Addict, although you are very powerful, although I respect and admire you, 10 years from now, right here, right now, I, Fang Yan, will challenge you again." After saying that, Fang Yan angrily turned around. An impassioned expression that said he would take revenge one day. Chapter 527. The mountains are high and the rivers are long. Let's meet again in 10 years. When Fang Yan turned to leave, he didn't forget to give Phoenix a reminder with his eyes, "Hurry up, don't let this idiot turn around." Phoenix was also a clever person, and she had worked together with Fang Yan for many years, so she naturally understood what he meant. She stared at the martial addict with disdain and said, "The river flows east for 30 years, and the river flows west for 30 years. Don't bully the young for being poor. 10 years later, Fang Yan will definitely get revenge here and defeat the martial addict." What a good young man. The martial addict thought in his heart. He was almost moved by this young man. Although he clearly knew his own strength and clearly recognized the gap between them, he didn't give up nor was he depressed. He had a dream in his heart and was motivated to fight back. 10 years later, at this time and place, he would challenge himself again. Wait, why was it still 10 years later? Bastard! The martial addict was so angry that he slapped the wooden table, and the teacup on the table flew towards Fang Yan's back. The teacup moved in a straight line, generous, neutral, and peaceful, just like the most ordinary teacup containing the most ordinary tea. The strange thing was that there was no tea waiter bringing the teacup in the middle. The teacup was silent, but it contained a great deal of lethality. Fang Yan had fought with countless strange people, and he was very clear that the simpler a move was, the more complicated the truth was. If you couldn't understand the truth behind it, you couldn't take these moves. Those extremely gaudy moves, on the other hand, didn't have that much lethality. Because those complicated moves were a waste of qi and also a waste of strength. For these top experts, strength was like eating, and not a single grain of rice could be left. This move was similar to the spinning explosion that Fang Yan had just used. It perfectly combined qi and strength, and then transformed it into a more aggressive move. The difference was that the cup that Fang Yan threw needed to rotate to maintain the balance of qi and strength, and maintain an independent world. It was not disturbed by the attack of external forces or objects. But the cup that the martial addict threw with his palm moved in a straight line, and achieved the balance of qi and strength without the need to rotate. It was obvious that this was a level higher than Fang Yan's. Skyline. One line as the heavens, the Tao of nature. Fang Yan took a step forward with his right foot, his upper body swaying non-stop, as if he was drunk and unable to stand steadily. His upper body ran 11 circles in an instant before he managed to avoid the teacup's attack. Kacha, the teacup smashed into the wall, but the tea in the teacup seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Not a single drop spilled out. In fact, when the martial addict slammed his palm on the table, the tea in the teacup had already been evaporated by his majestic and turbulent qi. What was flying in the air was just an empty teacup. Beautiful. Nice hiding. The martial addict burst into laughter and said, "How many years has it been? It's rare to see such an eye-catching young opponent." Of his previous opponents, some were too old, and some were too young. The old man's fists were loose and his qi was weak. He couldn't stand a prolonged battle. The young punches were short of breath, and it was difficult for them to form any form of power. It's really boring. Little brother Fang Yan, what was the name of the move you used just now? Was it Drunken Crane Riding the Wind? This was the Drunken Crane Riding the Wind created by Azure Dragon Mo Qingdi after he was crippled. The martial fanatic was also a weirdo. When he was annoyed or angry, he would open his mouth and call you ignorant kid or pretty boy. However, when you performed a martial art move that made his eyes light up, he would immediately change the way he addressed you as brother. It was Drunken Crane Riding the Wind. Fang Yan answered truthfully. What a heaven-sent genius. He really is a genius. The martial addict said with a face full of regret, Wuxia, Azure Dragon Mo Qingdi, how glorious and dazzling he was back then. I painstakingly chased after him for 3 months and 17 days, and finally got the chance to fight him by the Qingming Lake. After exchanging 3 punches, I used my spear. The first spear, he only used 1 spear and broke 29 strands of my hair. I saved that strand of hair and carefully counted it. The martial addict fondled the green skin on his head with nostalgia and said, I used to be like Mo Qingdi, I also had long hair. If a martial artist doesn't have long hair, what kind of heroic spirit is there? Do you know why I cut my hair so short now? It's because I was worried that I would meet an expert like Mo Qingdi again and have my hair cut off again. What a pity, what a pity, the Azure Dragon met the Divine Dragon. In the battle between the 2 dragons, the Azure Dragon's tendons were destroyed and his cultivation was crippled. Even the heavens are jealous of geniuses. All these years, I've challenged people everywhere and trained hard, all for the sake of one day fighting with the Azure Dragon again and erasing the shame of losing my hair. I'm afraid I won't have the chance to fight with the Azure Dragon, but I did meet the Azure Dragon's disciple. This can be considered a fortunate event." Fang Yen was so scared that he quickly explained, "Senior martial addict, don't misunderstand, me and the old drunkard, you see, I've always called him the old drunkard out of habit, I've never called him the Azure Dragon or Mo Qingdi before. The old drunkard isn't my master, and I'm not his disciple, we're actually of the same generation. He's my grandfather's eldest disciple, and I'm my grandfather's youngest disciple. We're brothers. If you don't believe me, you can go to the inner river and ask around to see if I'm lying to you." The martial addict laughed as he looked at Fang Yen, saying, "You're such a slippery brat, if I wasn't careful, I would have fallen into your trap. You think I'll let you go just because you say you're not my disciple? I'm just a martial addict. It's not that I'm not clear-headed, master and disciple, or fellow apprentice. As long as you learn Mo Qingdi's drunken crane rides the wind, and coincidentally use his technique to break my one-line heaven, then we'll have a good fight." Fang Yen helplessly looked at the martial addict, asking, "Can't we not fight?" "No, I'll admit defeat, okay?" "You can't either," the martial addict said. "If every opponent I challenge admits defeat, would there still be any fights in life? Would there still be any joy in living? This guy's a bastard," Fang Yen secretly thought to himself. "How good would it be to be safe and painless? Why must I fight to the death with others? If I beat someone to death or cripple them, wouldn't I feel guilty and guilty? If I'm beaten to death or crippled, or worse, I might even be beaten to disfigurement, wouldn't that be a death grudge? Wouldn't my children and grandchildren have to think of ways to avenge me? I really don't want to fight against Senior Martial Addict, and I know I'm no match for Senior Martial Addict." Fang Yen hesitantly said, "How about I just stand here and let Senior Martial Addict beat me up? If I want to spar, it won't be one-sided violence, that would be equally tasteless." The martial addict was also a bit hesitant, thought for a bit, then said, "How about this, I'll give you a question, if you can solve it, I'll let you go, and we'll call it a day." "Really?" Fang Yen was secretly happy, then said, "Don't give me a question from the 4 Books and 5 Classics, or the Book of Taoism, I'm not familiar with those." "Of course not." The martial addict waved his hand and said, "Martial artists naturally have to take a martial test. Who would do such a scholarly thing?" The martial addict thought for a bit, then picked up a teacup from the table, picked up the teapot, and poured water into the teacup. When the teacup was full, the martial addict put the teacup in his palm, lightly flicked his finger, and the teacup flew towards Fang Yen. This time, it was flying in a whirling manner, or rather, flying. Because its speed was very slow, it was as if there was a remote control controlling its flying rhythm. The teacup that was filled with tea stopped in front of Fang Yen, but it still maintained its spinning posture. Like a living creature. Phoenix was shocked, standing next to Fang Yen. She whispered, "This old monster's inner energy is unfathomable. This fairy flower offering a move is very difficult to perform unless you've mastered Qigong. You must be careful." The martial addict was a fairy, the spinning teacup in front of Fang Yan's chest, and the tea in the teacup that didn't move or even ripple was the flower offered by the fairy. This flower wouldn't bring fragrance to people, but it could take away people's lives. Therefore, this flower was also called the Yama flower. Fang Yen was silent, as if he didn't hear what Phoenix said, his eyes staring at the spinning teacup in front of him. His legs trembled lightly, and his body swayed once again. Sometimes fast, sometimes slow, as if someone was constantly attacking him. It wasn't someone else attacking him, it was this Yama flower that kept attacking him. The Yama flower was a barrier that the martial addict had poured a huge amount of strength into, and it was skillfully cast by him. It catered to the direction of the wind, fused with the airflow, and guided by the power of nature, and maintained its spinning state. Once the direction of the wind changed, the airflow increased, or it was attacked by an external force, it would explode. The martial addict laughed as he looked at Fang Yen, and said, "Fang Yen, "You brat, as long as you can pick all of this flour, and the water doesn't ripple, you'll pass today's question, shameless." Phoenix's temperament was extremely elegant, and she cursed. When picking the flour, of course it would touch the cup, and when touching the cup, how could the water not ripple? "You're purposely making things difficult for us, ahahaha." The martial addict laughed, and said, "Little girl is right, I'm indeed making things difficult for you." Not only that, while the martial addict was still talking, his figure suddenly disappeared. A shadow flashed, and when he reappeared, he was already clutching Phoenix's neck. "In order to add a bit of entertainment, we should add a bit more stakes to this match. If he can't solve this question, I'll break your neck. Wouldn't that be a lot more fun?" Phoenix's face turned purplish red, reaching out to pull the martial addict's hand away. But the martial addict didn't budge at all, his fingers exerted a bit of force, and all of her strength was drained away. "Fang Yen brat, don't disappoint me," the martial addict smirked, and said, "Pick this Yama flower, or watch her die, dash." Chapter 528. Crazy because of love, crazy because of love. In order to force others to spar with him, he did not hesitate to kidnap a hostage, something that did not match his identity at all. This kind of martial fanatic, one of the 7 fanatics of Wuxia, was truly shameful. Phoenix's pretty little face turned purplish red. Her body was powerless and stopped struggling, as if she had resigned herself to being controlled by the martial fanatic to threaten Fang Yen. She came from a wealthy family. When had she ever suffered such grievances? When had she ever suffered such torment? Her eyes fiercely and angrily glared at the martial fanatic. She did not shrink back because her life was in the hands of others. Her mouth could not speak, but her eyes had already expressed all of her emotions. "Little girl, don't be angry with me." The martial fanatic looked at Phoenix with a smile and said, "I am doing this for the good of your little lover. If he can break this fairy flower offering, his cultivation will once again advance. At that time, you will also benefit. At that time, you will thank me, this old monster." Phoenix had just cursed the martial fanatic for being an old monster in a low voice. It turned out that the martial fanatic had already heard it. Now that he threw it back at Phoenix, Phoenix did not even have the chance to defend herself. Who told her to have her throat grabbed? The martial fanatic made his move, and Phoenix was captured. All of these things happened in the time it takes for a normal person to blink their eyes. Fang Yen turned a deaf ear to everything around him, as if he did not notice that Phoenix was in danger. His body was still swaying back and forth, left and right in an irregular manner. The heart of Tai Chi naturally rotated, and the Tai Chi domain fully unfolded. When the flower of the fairy flower offering appeared in front of Fang Yen as a more intuitive red line, Fang Yen could clearly see the picture of the rotating cup. The rotating cup was a straight line, but because the speed of the rotation was too fast, it looked as if those lines were in a completely still state. Not only was the cup rotating, but even the tea inside the cup, which did not look like there was a single ripple, was also rotating. The lines of the tea were dynamic and looked like undulating waves. Then, here came the problem. The problem set by the martial addict was to make Fang Yen keep the water still while picking the Yama flower. The tea itself was rippling. When one's hand touched the edge of the cup or the body of the cup, it would only ripple more violently. How could one keep it still? It goes against the laws of physics. However, if he couldn't do that, how could he distinguish the difference between top-notch experts and ordinary people? If they couldn't go against the principles of martial arts, how could those martial gods and martial fanatics happily pretend to be pretentious? Fang Yen was now faced with such a difficult problem. Fang Yen stared at the spinning teacup without blinking, his fingers itching to move. He wanted to reach out and catch the teacup several times, but he resisted the urge to do so. He knew that the time was not right. If he dared to make a move, this ordinary teacup might turn into a powerful bomb. The pieces of the cup would turn into sharp daggers, and even the tea inside the cup would become indestructible steel nails. It was just like the spinning explosion that Fang Yen had just used on the martial addict. The difference was that this fairy flower was more lethal. Wonderful. Fang Yen had to praise the martial addict's skills in his heart. Just like the same writers, some of them wrote extravagant articles that made people salivate and smell fragrant, such as Love of Lotus, Epigraph of My Shack, and Peach Blossom Spring. Some of them wrote dull and boring articles, such as The Genius Doctor and King of Fire. In the eyes of Fang Yen, the martial addict's fairy flower was equivalent to those famous works written by great masters. It was calm on the outside and dangerous on the inside, and it was well-rounded and well-balanced. The strength was balanced, and the qi was used exquisitely. A little more would be too heavy, and a little less would be too light. Compared with his spinning explosion, it was like the difference between The Genius Doctor and Peach Blossom Spring. Fang Yen was fascinated, not only to solve the problem, but also to appreciate the unique skill. Seeing Fang Yan's happy eyes and thoughtful expression, the martial addict's expression became strange. This kid is a little interesting. As time passed, the teacup in front of him was still spinning, and Fang Yan's body was still swaying like a drunken crane riding the wind. However, apart from a layer of fine sweat on his forehead, he did not make any move to solve the problem. Moreover, his eyes were getting brighter and brighter, and his expression was getting more and more excited. It was as if the rotating cup in front of him was a peerless treasure cup, and he only needed to stretch out his hand to grab it. Phoenix was confused, and there was a little annoyance in her heart. This idiot, I'm being kidnapped, and you're still laughing like a fool like you've won the lottery. Is the first love not human? Does the first love not have human rights? The smile on the martial addict's face froze, and his gaze on Fang Yen became more and more serious. This guy is stronger than I thought. Dong dong dong, the sound of heavy footsteps could be heard. The red-robed waitress quickly walked up the stairs and asked, "Sir, did you break something?" She looked at the spinning teacup in front of Fang Yen in surprise, and forgot why she came upstairs. What's with that teacup? Is this a magic competition? Also, what's with that fatso strangling that beautiful girl's neck? As a dedicated teahouse worker, shouldn't he call the police at this time? Phew, Fang Yen let out a deep breath. His body straightened, his feet stood still, and his upper body stopped shaking. Crack, the teacup in front of him stopped spinning, fell to the ground and shattered. Fang Yen looked at the martial addict and asked, "Senior martial addict, my friend and I, can we leave now?" The martial addict let go of Phoenix's neck, but his eyes were still staring at the shattered teacup on the ground. It was as if the teacup had shattered into a flower again. Fang Yen pulled Phoenix in front of him and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Phoenix covered her neck, coughed a few times, then shook her head. "I'm fine." Her eyes looked at Fang Yen, then at the martial addict who had fallen into a trance, not understanding what happened between the two of them. "If there's nothing else," Fang Yen grabbed Phoenix's arm and said, "Let's go back." Phoenix nodded obediently, not even refusing Fang Yan's grip on her wrist. As the two of them walked down the stairs, Phoenix couldn't help but look back again. The martial addict was still in a trance state, as if something incomprehensible had happened in front of him. However, nothing strange had happened. After Fang Yen paid the bill at the front desk, the two of them walked out of the waterless teahouse. Phoenix took a deep breath of the salty and humid air outside, feeling a lot more relaxed. In front of Fang Yen and the martial addict, she had always been under a lot of pressure. When the two of them were competing, it wasn't just a competition of strength, qi, but also a competition of presence. As the two of them continued to increase their presence, the pressure they exuded also became heavier and heavier. Even after spending so many years with Fang Yen, she still couldn't quite get used to it. Phoenix looked at Fang Yen and asked with a puzzled expression, "Did you pick the Yama flower?" "There's no such thing as a Yama flower, so why bother picking it?" Fang Yan asked with a smile. What do you mean? Phoenix was confused. The cup of tea that the martial addict gave us just now, wasn't it a flower from a fairy? The martial addict is the martial addict, and the martial addict is not a fairy. Tea is tea, it can't grow a flower. Fang Yan shook his head with a smile. We remove the complexity on the outside, remove the color on the surface, and only look at its most essential thing. It is a cup of water. I don't understand. Phoenix said with some annoyance. Although she was proficient in martial arts, she was far from being comparable to young geniuses like Fang Yan and Bai Xiu. Compared to Yi Rou, she was far behind. This was also the reason why she found it hard to refute Fang Yan's claim that her martial arts were not as good as Yi Rou's. Fang Yan chuckled and said, "The mountain is the mountain, the water is the water, the mountain is not the mountain, the water is not the water." Most of the martial artists are stuck in this second stage, unable to move forward, and their lifetime achievements stop here. The martial addict has entered the realm where the mountain is still the mountain, the water is still the water, but because of the barrier of knowledge, he complicates things, so he came up with such a seemingly difficult but actually very simple problem. How is it difficult and how is it simple? Phoenix was very anxious. These two guys were talking in silence, and as a bystander, she was so anxious that her heart was itching. He set a trap in this question. The cup of water seems to be motionless, but in fact, it is flowing very fast, and the whirlpool is turbulent. As you said, as long as the hand touches the cup, it will inevitably cause the water to ripple. Moreover, the cup and the water form a world of their own, and it will explode upon contact. It is impossible to reach out to pluck the Yama flower and ensure that the water in the cup will not ripple, unless the heat in it is extracted and solidified into ice. But that is contrary to the test question. Because what the martial addict wants is water. If it solidifies into ice, it will fall into another trap set by him. But, I didn't see the water in the cup move, Phoenix said. Right. Fang Yan snapped his fingers and said with a smile, "You didn't see the water ripple, and I also said that I didn't see the water in the cup move. Then, does it prove that the water in the cup has not moved at all?" Phoenix's eyes lit up and said, "So, even the martial addict can't prove that the water in the cup has always been flowing. If he wanted to prove this, he would have to remove the force and skill that he attached to the cup. That way, even if the water is shaking, it can be said that the martial addict himself caused the water to ripple." Fang Yan nodded and said, "Moreover, the cup continued to spin in front of me, not falling or breaking, and I used the drunken crane rides the wind to find its resonance frequency. The cup itself is already under my control, accepting my guidance. Since the fairy's flower is already in my hand, why would I need to pick it? So, you don't need to do anything, and you have already completed this test question? Because this question has no solution, so I don't need to solve it at all," Fang Yan said with a smile. Chapter 529. Phoenix was very happy for Fang Yan and grinned for a while. Phoenix felt sad for herself. She found that they were not on the same wavelength at all. The martial addict casually throwing out a cup was the legendary flower offering from a fairy. Fang Yan's body swayed, and he actually solved this century-old problem. Were these two fairies? What ulterior motives did they have in coming to the human world? The world of martial arts is really obscure and profound. Phoenix sighed. She had a feeling that she had more than enough but not enough strength. As the daughter of a wealthy family, she had already put in enough effort and had been gritting her teeth to keep up, but she just couldn't be like Fang Yan and Yi Rou, who could easily step into another small world. She was still bitterly searching in the outside world but couldn't find a way to enter. Fate was biased towards her, but how unfair was it to her? Fang Yan smiled and looked at Phoenix. "You can clearly rely on your face to make a living, why must you rely on your talent? You can't even live a good life. You just have to learn how to stretch tendons and wield knives and sticks like us, why bother? I'm willing. Phoenix raised her beautiful face and looked at Fang Yen with a smile on her face. She really liked what Fang Yen said when he said, I can obviously rely on my face to make a living, and said, why do you care? I don't care. Fang Yen smiled and shook his head. He took out the key from his pocket and pressed the unlock button. I'm going back. Goodbye. After that, he opened the door and prepared to leave. Hey, Phoenix shouted from behind. Fang Yen turned to look at Phoenix and asked, is there anything else? I haven't had lunch yet. Are you really not going to treat me? I'm going back. Fang Yen said with a smile, you should go back too. Watching doesn't suit you. Fang Yen waved his hand and slowly drove the BMW away. Looking at the gradually disappearing car, the smile on Phoenix's face froze. Her eyes were filled with sadness. She took out a pack of ladies' cigarettes from her pocket, took one out and put it in her mouth. She took a deep breath into her lungs and then gently exhaled. Not only did he not feel relaxed, but his heart felt even heavier. It was as if there was something pressing on his chest. It would be great if it could be like smoking, the Phoenix said faintly. She did not leave. Instead, she turned around and returned to the tea house. Phoenix walked to the second floor again. The martial addict was still squatting in the same place, looking at the broken pieces of the teacup on the ground. The waitress in red looked at him with a puzzled expression. She missed the fact that he was a madman, but she felt that his madness was not too obvious. Phoenix patted the waitress on the shoulder, indicating that there was no need for her to stay. After the waiter left, Phoenix walked to the martial addict's side and squatted down. She didn't say anything and looked at the broken pieces of the cup. Do you understand? The martial addict asked. I don't understand. Phoenix shook her head. What about you? Understand? I understand now, the martial addict said excitedly. Everyone in the world thinks that there are 3 realms in martial arts. A mountain is a mountain, a water is water, a mountain isn't a mountain, a water isn't water, a mountain is still a mountain, and a water is still water, but there's actually a 4th realm above these 3 realms. That was don't look. Don't look at the mountain, don't look at the water, sit and look at your heart. Whatever your heart thinks, that's what it thinks. Whatever your heart sees, that's what it sees. We always use our eyes, trying our best to see everything as clearly as possible. But that's not the case, the heart is the purest eye. Otherwise, why is there a phrase called mind's eye? Congratulations, the martial addict sincerely congratulated him. For these martial artists, every time they climb a mountain, it's the same as regaining a new life. The previous life doesn't die, it's just entering another stage. Some people only have one life in their entire lives, but some people are able to continuously train, continuously pursue, to experience the wind and moon, to experience the wind and dust, to reach the end. This kind of saying is a bit profound. The simple version is that when you don't have any money, you can only live the life of a beggar. This is your life, your life. But when you have $100 in your pocket, you can live $100 life. When you have 1,000,000 RMB in your bank card, you can live 1,000,000 RMB life. When you become the richest person in the world, you can live the life of the richest person in the world. No matter what social class or social circle, money has already divided people into different levels. You can choose not to accept it, but it really exists. The same principle applies. When Fang Yen obtained the heart of Tai Chi, he entered another world. He achieved a new self. Now the martial addict was standing at the door of a new world. He couldn't figure it out, so he continued to think. When he figured it out, the golden door suddenly collapsed, welcoming his arrival. Thank you. The martial addict finally stood up, walked back to the window, and sat down, saying, "Little girl, come and have a cup of tea with me." The martial addict didn't refuse. She walked to the opposite side of the martial addict and sat down. She took the initiative to wash the cup, poured a cup of warm tea, and brought it over. The martial addict drank the tea in the cup, looked at the phoenix and asked, "You don't want to?" "Why would I not want to? If you are willing, you won't come back." The martial addict smiled and said, "The writer is not willing, so he will rewrite the story he has written. The painter is not willing, so he will tear up the work he has painted and redraw it. The martial artist is not willing, so he will practice the fist technique he has written before again. The woman is not willing, so she will want to choose again." The phoenix laughed and said, "You are not a martial addict, you are a love addict. When you love something to the extreme, you will become a love addict." The martial addict said calmly, "You can see my love, and I can see your love, can he see it?" The phoenix asked. "He pretends not to see it." The martial addict said, "The atmosphere in the meeting room was very heavy. No one spoke, and everyone held their teacups and drank tea, as if drinking tea was the most important thing in the world." Jiang Shangxin lifted her head and scanned everyone's faces, but accidentally met with Jiang Junling's gaze. It was too late for Jiang Shangxin to avoid it. Just as she was about to say something to liven up the atmosphere, the corners of General Ling's lips curled up into a smile. He looked at Jiang Shangxin and said, "Shangxin, do you think that I'm in a pathetic state? Sorry state? How is that possible?" Jiang Shangxin smiled and shook her head. "Brother is still the most handsome and brilliant brother in my heart. Yes, I am in a sorry state." Jiang Junling sighed and said, "The appearance this time was not glorious. They wanted to create some trouble for us, and it was really hard for us to avoid it. With the help of Du Qing, the local tyrant who has been in watching for many years, Fang Yan is like a tiger that has grown wings. It's not just disgraceful. We have been slapped in the face," Lan Ling said with a gloomy face. He left the house at 9:20 a.m. to attend the signing ceremony. It should have taken him only 30 minutes, but he took 2.5 hours to get there. By the time he arrived at the meeting, the auspicious time chosen by the old master had already passed, and the meeting could only be postponed. What was even more embarrassing was that they were holding a meeting inside to announce to the media that they would invest heavily in Longtu Group. They were extremely confident in the future performance and the market of Longtu Group, but there was a group of workers making a ruckus outside. Even though they had given the reporters a lot of money and greeted the leaders of the various newspapers, did they really think that the dirty work had been cleaned up? The secretary knocked on the door and walked in. He looked at Jiang Zhulu with a serious expression and said, "Boss, there is already news of the workers making a ruckus online. Which company released it?" Jiang Zhulu asked fiercely. "Watching News Network." The secretary answered. "Let the public relations department be in charge of this matter and get them to delete the post. I will not allow any news that is unfavorable to us to appear on the internet." Jiang Zhulu seemed to be in a bad mood. His tone was very harsh, and he was suppressing his anger. "Forget it." Jiang Junling waved his hand and said with a smile, "Zhulu, since they have created such a huge ruckus, how could they not have a backup plan? We can bribe some reporters, but we can't bribe all of them. Some of the media will give us face, but not all of them. If we don't let them release it, they will release it themselves. It can't be stopped. If we don't do something, I'm afraid that there will be reports about this matter everywhere, and our activities today will become a scandal." Jiang Zhulio's expression softened a little as he said, "The Jiang family and the Lan family invested heavily in Longtu, but we didn't solve the problem of the old employees' insurance. Isn't this pushing us, Longtu, to the opposite side of the people? Since we can't stop it, then let's do it properly. If they scold us for not doing a good job, we can just correct it. Get your public relations department to come up with an emergency public relations plan and send it to the meeting room for everyone to discuss. Since Fang Yan has already ignited the flames of war, we naturally have to meet him with our weapons. don't be impatient for momentary gains and losses. We only need to win once, win the most important one, and that will be enough. Jiang Zhulu returned to his original seat and said with a smile, "Young master is still able to keep his composure. I've been so angry that I've become muddle-headed by those B******'s consecutive moves today." Jiang Junling smiled and didn't say anything else. He knew that with Jiang Zhulio's intelligence, how could he not be able to solve the problem that was happening before his eyes? Hiding his incompetence while showing off his wisdom to the people around him, only such a cooperative partner was a smart one. Li Yun finished looking at the report in her hand, frowned and said, "If we only give some compensation to those workers who are causing trouble outside, this amount of money is insignificant to us, but I'm just worried that after the problem here is solved, the other workers will also get the same or better treatment. When that time comes, it will be an astronomical figure." "He's trying to take us down," Jiang Junling said with a smile. Chapter 530. Eldest young master, do you have any good ideas? Li Yun looked at Jiang Junling and asked. "No." Jiang Junling shook his head. His gentle gaze swept across everyone's faces. He smiled and said, "I want to let everyone make a choice. If you want a reputation, you have to spend a lot of money. If you can't bear to spend money, you won't have a good reputation. What do you choose?" Everyone was silent for a while. Jiang Zhulu was the first to speak. He said, "Eldest young master, we're sitting here to solve this problem. My mind is in a mess. I can't think of any good ideas in such a short time. Why don't you give us an idea? Whether it's to abandon our reputation or spend money, we'll listen to eldest young master's decision." "That's true." Li Yun nodded in agreement. She was in charge of the general's businesses. Jiang Junling had more decision-making power than her. Since that was the case, why not give out the favor earlier? Who didn't know how to say beautiful words? "Eldest young master, please organize our thoughts and unite our opinions. If we're going to spend money, we'll spend money together." Lan Ling couldn't express her opinion so readily. She said, "I'll send back everyone's opinions. However, after what happened today, I think the Lan clan has a reason to advance and retreat together with everyone. That Fang Yen has gone too far. Huaqing can't allow such a ruffian to ride roughshod over us." Jiang Junling's gaze turned to Lan Ling. He said respectfully, "Uncle Lan, don't take these small things to heart. It's just a game of cards. Winning or losing is a matter of course. This time, I didn't think it through. I didn't expect them to make a move on this matter. It's my fault that Uncle Lan was wronged. However, if he stabbed us, we'll just return the favor. We can't hurt ourselves because we're angry." Lan Ling was very pleased with Jiang Junling's respectful attitude and comforting words. A smile finally appeared on her face. She said, "Looks like Junling already has a way to deal with this. Although Uncle Lan is slightly older than all of you, his brain really isn't as fast as you youngsters. Junling, tell us, how should we play with them?" "Throw money," Jiang Junling said calmly. It was as if the people behind him could easily solve the problem by throwing out 30 to 500 yuan after he finished speaking. "Not only do we have to satisfy all the demands of the troublemakers, but we also have to satisfy the demands of all the other Longtu factory workers. We have to raise the welfare of the workers to an unprecedented height. Either you don't do it, or you do it. If you do it, then you have to be number one in Huaqing. Isn't this the attitude that an outstanding company should have towards its employees?" Li Yun was shocked, and said in a low voice, "Military order, this way, we will have to spend 300% more funds on the original foundation. If you want to increase the welfare of the nearly 10,000 employees in Longtu, I'm afraid that it will be an astronomical figure." Jiang Junling smiled but did not reply. He looked at Lan Ling and said, "Uncle Lan, can the Lan clan's enterprise be in line with Longtu's?" Lan Ling's expression was solemn, and he said, I can try my best to fight for it. You know, the Lan clan is not decided by me alone, unless the old master makes a decision. However, military order, since you have made such a decision, you must have your reasons. Is it just to gain the reputation of being a good entrepreneur? If that's the case, the price we have to pay is really too high. Running a business is not about viciousness. It still depends on whether there are benefits or not. Isn't that right? Jiang Junling nodded and said, when we finish this matter, we will be number one in Huacheng, the model of outstanding enterprises in the whole of Huacheng and even the whole country. At that time, we should stand up and admit the mistakes in our work, and call on the entrepreneurs in Huacheng and even the whole country to respect their employees, improve the welfare of their employees, and put the interests of their employees first. Li Yun's eyes lit up, and her face was full of joy as she said, in that case, all the enterprises in Huacheng will have to look up to our Longtu. The Lu clan, which is close to Fang Yan, and Du Qing's Green Cloud Group are no exception. Even Lu Chaoga's Chaoyan technology will not be able to avoid it. If they do not look up to our standards, their companies will be unstable internally, and employees will leave. At that time, a large number of talents will re-enter our Longtu. Longtu will once again become number one in Huacheng. The influence of being number one in society will be huge, and so will the benefits. There's also the most important use. Jiang Zhuliu's eyes shone brightly, and he said, when the time comes, we will release the news that the Longtu group was forced by Fang Yan and Du Qing to take such measures. In that case, think about it, how many people will see Fang Yan as a thorn in their side? Wonderful. Lan Ling slapped her thigh and shouted, we have taken all the good reputations, but Fang Yan and Du Qing have become the rats on the street that everyone wants to beat up. Those entrepreneurs who have no choice but to cut off their flesh for their employees because of their conspiracies, they can't wait to ruthlessly tear off a piece of flesh from Fang Yan and Du Qing, right? Putting other places aside, I'm afraid that they will be isolated by the entrepreneurs in Huacheng. Wonderful, this move is really too wonderful for words. The saying that a child should be like Jiang Junling is indeed true. He easily and calmly solved the problem of their killer move, and even conveniently stabbed them in the heart. In this case, the money spent was worth it. No, it's worth it. It's worth it. I can guarantee you right now that the Lan clan will throw away this sum of money. Jiang Shangxin also looked at Jiang Junling with a face full of astonishment. She thought to herself, this man is indeed very scheming. Fang Yan and Du Qing worked together to set up such a situation that was bound to be damaged, but it was solved by him with just a few words. At the same time that he solved the problem, he pushed Fang Yan and Du Qing to the opposite side of all the entrepreneurs in Huacheng. If Fang Yan and Du Qing hadn't exposed these matters, how would they have lost so much money? If Fang Yan knew about Jiang Junling's counterattack, what kind of reaction would he have? These two outstanding figures of the younger generation would use Huacheng as the battlefield, each displaying their unique skills and methods. What kind of dazzling sparks would there be when they collided? It was really exciting. Jiang Shangxin suddenly realized that she actually didn't hate Fang Yan at all. She also couldn't hate Fang Yan. Furthermore, deep down in her heart, she still hoped that he would be able to win this battle. Jiang Junling didn't feel happy because of everyone's praises. The smile on his face gradually disappeared, and he looked at everyone present with an extremely serious gaze. He said, since no one has any objections, then we have to execute it as soon as possible. Let's start from solving the problem of those laid-off workers downstairs. Don't waste a single second. Li Yun looked at Jiang Junling and asked, eldest young master, what are you worried about? I'm worried that someone is ahead of us. Jiang Junling sighed softly and said. Fang Yan didn't treat Phoenix to a meal. Instead, he came back to accompany Lu Chaoga for a meal. By the time he drove back, Lu Xiaoga had already prepared the food. 4 dishes and a soup were the standard 3 meals for the two of them during this period of time. Fang Yan said a little reproachfully, "Why are you cooking again? Your hand hasn't recovered yet, it'll be terrible if it gets wet. Why don't you get the nanny to cook in the future?" "No need." Lu Chaoga rejected and said, "I'm afraid that the dishes they cook won't be to your liking. Moreover, my hand has basically recovered, it won't be a problem as long as I'm careful. If you don't let me go to work in the company, there's really nothing for me to do at home." Lu Chaoga wasn't lying. Because of her health, Fang Yan didn't let her work at Chaoyan Science and Technology for the time being. Everything was handed over to a few assistants, and only the most important things were gathered to her to make decisions. Therefore, when she was alone at home, she wanted to do something meaningful. For example, cooking. In the past, she hated to touch those greasy food and cutlery, as she felt that it would be easy to hurt her hand. However, when she cooked for Fang Yan, she didn't have such worries at all, and in the process, she could gain a lot of happiness. For Lu Chaoga, cooking was a fulfilling and enjoyable thing. If Fang Yan didn't let her cook, she didn't know how to spend the extra time. Fang Yan thought for a while and said, "Well, I'll try to come back from work earlier. If I come back early, I'll cook. If I really can't come back, you'll cook." "Okay." Lu Chaoga nodded in agreement. Just after the meal, when Fang Yan was busy cleaning up the dishes, the doorbell in the living room rang. Fang Yan walked over and took a look. He found Du Qing and Leah standing in front of the camera at the door. Fang Yan pressed the unlock button, and the electronic iron door automatically shrank to both sides. After Fang Yan washed his hands, he untied the apron around his neck and said to Lu Chaoga, "Du Qing is here." Fang Yan took the initiative to go out to greet Du Qing. Du Qing said with a smile, "Young master, you don't have to be so polite. We're all on the same side, and we'll have to come here to drink tea often in the future. How tiring would it be to welcome and deliver it every time? Who asked Big Brother Du to be a distinguished guest?" Fang Yan said with a smile. Lu Chaoga personally brought tea to Du Qing and Leah. Du Qing quickly got up and took it. Looking at Lu Chaoga, he said, "Miss Lu is a heroine and has always been my idol. Chaoyan Technology has developed to such a scale in just 3 years. Chaoyan Technology's little flame logo is popular all over the world. Miss Lu is the soul. We old guys who have been in the business world for many years are far inferior." Leah knew about Lu Chaoga's deeds and respected her very much. Standing next to Du Qing, she looked at the legendary woman in front of her with curiosity. The genius woman who often appeared in financial magazines, was she dressed in home clothes when she was at home? Using her hands of wealth to serve fragrant tea to the guests? Leah had to turn her eyes to Fang Yan's face again. This man who had been ignored by her before, what kind of magical charm did he have? To be able to make a goddess like Lu Chaoga willingly pour spoonful for him? Lu Chaoga smiled indifferently and said, "Mr. Du is a senior, and also a big brother, it's Chaoga's honor to be valued by you. Chaoyan Technology was able to achieve such results because of the care of our ancestors. I just put in some courage and hard work, how can I compare to Mr. Du who started from scratch?" Du Qing laughed and said, "The outside world is saying that Miss Lu Chaoga, the helmsman of Chaoyan Technology, is as cold as ice. It seems that they lack understanding of Miss Lu. I know that Miss Lu's ability to praise people is not any lower than others. My heart is filled with warmth." Everyone laughed. Chapter 531. Lu Chaoga didn't say much. After serving tea to everyone, she sat quietly beside Fang Yan. Fang Yan held a cup of Longjing tea before the rain. He didn't taste it carefully, but he carefully stroked the glass teacup with his palm. He looked at Du Qing who was sitting opposite him and said, I heard that the roads in Huacheng aren't easy to drive on right now, and there's a lot of traffic jams? Yes. Du Qing nodded in agreement and said, Huacheng is an international metropolis. There are more and more people, and more cars. When it's rush hour, cars move slower than turtles. In the past, we used to call cars a tortoise cover, but at that time, cars moved very fast. Look at it now, isn't it a tortoise cover? Buying cars is for the convenience of people's lives, but as more people buy cars, life becomes more and more inconvenient. Take what happened today as an example. There's a very important person in Huacheng who's going to attend a very important meeting. Originally, the assistant had already planned the time. They would leave at 9:30 a.m. to attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony at 10:30 a.m. Isn't an hour more than enough to travel? In the end, it wasn't a coincidence that a few cars rear-ended one another on the road, and a few drivers pushed the blame to each other and even got into a fight. As a result, that important person's ribbon-cutting ceremony at 10:30 a.m. was dragged to 11:30 a.m. Oh, he didn't make it for the 11:30 a.m. event. Fang Yan squinted his eyes and smiled. He said, we need to give more suggestions to the Huacheng government and ask them to do a good job in clearing the roads during rush hour. Isn't that so? Many important people called the mayor of Huacheng, hoping that they could quickly solve this problem. It's not easy being the mayor. It's such a big city with tens of millions of people, how can it be easy to manage? Nothing is easy. Fang Yan said with a smile. There's no helping it, this is within the mayor's responsibility. Who else can they look for if not him? That makes sense. Du Qing said with a smile. He looked sincerely at Fang Yan and asked, young master, how do you think that important person will react after his important matter is ruined? Fang Yan looked at Du Qing and said, big shots care a lot about their face. They can lose anything but face. Today, they have lost face, so they will definitely find a way to get it back. In what ways do you think they will regain their face? Du Qing asked. Get up from where you fell. Fang Yan replied, the trouble caused by the workers in the electronics factory is a trap that someone dug for them. It's not easy to solve this problem. Or, they would throw money at the troublemakers. Not only did they want to convince the retired workers, but they also wanted to make the workers who hadn't stood up for the time being satisfied. They had just settled down, but the other side felt that the treatment wasn't good and jumped out to cause trouble again. Turning all his hard work into a joke is not his style. Are they really willing to pay such a huge price? Leah asked in disbelief. She and her uncle Du Qing came to look for Fang Yan to solve this problem. They had already discussed the answer to this question in the office. Either Jiang Junling and the rest chose to deal with this matter coldly and satisfy some of the troublemakers' interests. They would first shut their mouths, then use the other part of the interest to keep them in suspense so that they wouldn't stand on the opposite side and attack Longtu. However, this way of dealing with it was too conservative and petty. Especially at this critical moment when the whole city's media was paying attention to this matter, it was even less convincing for them to do so. Then, there was another possibility, which was to throw money at them. They would follow the method that Fang Yan suggested, which was to smash the troublemakers and those who might be dissatisfied. However, she and her uncle had done a rough calculation. With the current size of the Longtu group, this would be an astronomical figure. In order to win people's hearts, would Jiang Junling and Jiang Zhulu do such a crazy thing? If they really did such a thing, could they still be considered a qualified business operator? If it was in the past, Leah would directly refute Fang Yan's speculation. However, after seeing Fang Yan's methods and style of doing things a few times, she naturally had some fear of him and a belief that she had always rejected. Du Qing also looked at Fang Yan with a solemn expression and said, they took out such a huge amount of capital just to buy people's hearts? Just so that they have a chance to stab us in the back. If there's a chance to stab us in the back, no matter how much capital they have, they are willing to invest it. Fang Yan said with a smile. Brother Du, you have to be mentally prepared for a tough battle. Du Qing was shocked and said, Young master, don't be impulsive. They are throwing money irrationally, but we can't throw money irrationally. If we fall into a vicious competition, we will be the ones who suffer in the end. Chaoyan technology has been developing rapidly these years, but compared to the giants like the Jiang family, our foundation is still a little shallow. Our Green Cloud group is not even worth mentioning. Injuring 8 enemies and losing 1,000 of our own. It's not worth it. What was Du Qing afraid of? He was afraid that Fang Yan and Jiang Junling would get angry. The same youthful vigor, the same young heroes. If you throw 100 million, I will throw 200 million on my side. If you throw 1 billion, I will throw 1.5 billion on my side. It has to be a little more than you. In that case, where would he, Du Qing, go? If he didn't follow, he would lose his friendship. If he followed, the Green Cloud group, which had just been injured, would probably be dragged down in this tough battle. Du Qing could guess what Jiang Junling might do next, but he couldn't guess what Fang Yan would do to deal with it. Brother Du, don't worry. Fang Yan said with a smile, I'm not that irrational. Besides, throwing money to fight with others is not in line with our style. How can a cultured person compete with others for wealth? Fang Yan turned to look at Lu Chaoga and asked with a smile, Are you ready? Ready. Lu Chaoga nodded lightly and said, There are a total of 3 steps. The first step has been executed. We just need to publicize it. Then let's begin. Fang Yan said with a smile. Du Qing looked at Fang Yan and Lu Chaoga in surprise and said, You two already have a plan? Fang Yan nodded and said with a smile, They like to throw money, so we'll let them throw more. It can be considered as contributing to society. Du Qing was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Ha ha ha, interesting. It's really interesting. On the television, Lu Chaoga, who had not appeared in front of the public for a long time, made a high-profile appearance. She led Chaoyan Technology and the Huaqing Chamber of Commerce to make a joint statement that they would raise the salaries of their employees according to the highest salary ratio in the country. In an interview with the media, Lu Chaoga said, The incident of the retired employees kneeling at Longtu Group made me feel deeply guilty. When my father was alive, he often said that employees are the soul and the core value of a company. I was still young at that time, but I remembered this sentence deeply in my heart. Later, my father died, and I had no choice but to leave Longtu, but Longtu was my father's painstaking effort, the place where his scientific research and wisdom started. Even though I'm no longer a Longtu person, I've always been paying attention to Longtu, hoping that Longtu can develop better and better. Longtu is indeed developing better and better, and its scale is also getting bigger and bigger. However, what I don't understand is that today, when the energy industry is booming and the company's annual profits are in the hundreds of millions, why would there still be a situation where retired employees don't have enough to eat and can't go to the hospital? These old people have worked hard for Longtu their whole lives. Is this their final outcome? In order to get the benefits they deserve, they had no choice but to kneel in front of everyone. This kind of incident is really chilling. As a child of Longtu, as a former citizen of Longtu, I can empathize with the suffering of the people of Longtu. I hereby announce that the salaries of all employees of Chaoyan Technology will be increased by 20%. In addition, we will establish a comprehensive medical and social security system for Chaoyan Technology, so that they won't have any worries in the future. If there are people of Longtu who are willing to work at Chaoyan Technology, we will warmly welcome them. Chaoyan Technology will never turn away talents, and Chaoyan Technology will always provide the best working environment and generous rewards. Smack. The beautiful teacup came into contact with the hard wall, once again turning into pieces of broken shell. The golden tea slid down the marble wall, drawing a long shadow. Jiang Junling stared coldly at the TV screen, and Li Yun hurriedly walked over to turn off the TV. Not only Jiang Junling, but everyone else also wanted to smash their cups. However, there was only one person present who had the right to smash a cup. After he smashed it, it wouldn't be appropriate for the others to do the same. Jiang Junling looked at Li Yun and asked, "What's the range of our salary increase?" 20%, Li Yun said. This kind of feeling was really suffocating. A salary increase of 20% was a figure that had been carefully calculated by the accountant. As long as they reached this number, they would be the company with the highest average salary in Huacheng. At that time, if they called for everyone to raise their salaries together, not only would they gain fame and fortune, but they would also push Fang Yan and Du Qing's Qingyun group to the opposite side of all the companies in Huacheng. Now that Fang Yan and the others had rushed to raise their salaries to 20%, it was equivalent to stabbing them in the heart. Why not 10%? Why not 15%? Why not 18%? Why did it have to be 20%? The style of that knife really made people feel sour and numb. The worst thing was, not only did they not get the first opportunity, but they also couldn't gain any reputation. Instead, they could only follow behind Chaoyan Technology. Even if they were to raise their salaries to 20% or higher, it was still under the call of Chaoyan Technology. During the interview, Lu Chaoga also said that she hoped that she could set an example and let those companies with conscience realize their mistakes and wake up. If they followed suit and raised their salaries, did that mean that they would all feel guilty and wake up because of her actions? Chapter 532. Jiang Zhulu smiled sinisterly and said, "No wonder young master reminded us to settle the matter quickly. It seems like they were well prepared. This is a chain of attacks." Li Yun was in a bad mood as well. She had just finished negotiating with the workers' representatives. They were very satisfied with the solution and promised that they would not cause trouble for the company anymore. They had finally come up with a big move and were just waiting to kill the enemy in one move. What they didn't expect was that their opponents had already taken the initiative to use their ultimate move. The special effects were even cooler than theirs, and the moves were even more gorgeous than theirs. Tell me, who could they go to reason with? Yes. This is a chain of attacks. General Ling took the towel that Shangxin brought over and wiped the water stains on his hands. The murderous look on his face gradually disappeared, and he regained his radiant smile. He said softly, "When they were digging that pit, they had already predicted our reaction. When we counterattack, it is equivalent to jumping into the pit, and they start to dig the soil with shovels, burying us tightly." The workers had chosen to create trouble at such a critical moment. When Jiang Junling and the rest were busy filling the pit, Fang Yan and Lu Chaoga kicked them into the pit and started to fill it with soil. "These people are trying to kill us. Military orders, they are once again ahead of us. What do we do now?" Lan Ling asked angrily. In the past, they had always been the ones to bully others. They had never thought that there would be a day when someone would dare to bully them. This feeling of being led by the nose was really unbearable. "We have lost," Jiang Junling said honestly. "This time, no matter what we do, we have already lost. If we ignore it, we will not be able to answer to the workers. If we followed suit, the outside world would interpret it as us being inspired by Lu Xiaoga taking the lead in raising wages and feeling guilty towards the workers. That's why we did this. We will not be able to gain anything. Lu Chaoga has stolen our reputation and prestige, and no one will be grateful to us," Jiang Zhulu explained. "The woman you like is really powerful," Jiang Shangxin sneered. Ever since her father's death, she started to view Jiang Zhulu with hostility. She wouldn't let go of any opportunity that presented itself. Li Yun swept a sharp glance at her daughter and stepped out to smooth things over. Shangxin, don't misunderstand the relationship between Zhu Lu and Lu Chaoge. They are only siblings, it's not what you think it is. Jiang Shangxin understood her mother's thoughts and lowered her head, not saying a word. Jiang Zhulu looked at Shangxin and smiled sympathetically. Mom, don't blame Shangxin. Which woman wouldn't be jealous? Shangxin was jealous because she cared about me. If she didn't care about me, why would she mention me with another woman? At that time, I really should have been sad. Jiang Junling took a glance at Jiang Shangxin and said with a smile, "This younger sister of mine is a little petty. However, Zhu Lu, I have to warn you that you cannot let Shangxin down. If you dare to bully her, I will not let you off." Jiang Shangxin's heart was filled with sorrow. She was very clear that Jiang Junling was instructing Jiang Zhulu on the surface, but in reality, he was threatening her. When he asked Jiang Zhulu to treat her better, he was implying that he didn't want the two of them to have a conflict. Indeed, Jiang Zhulu understood and replied with a serious face, "Don't worry, eldest young master. I can't wait to dote on her and love her. How would I bear to bully her?" The group of people laughed out loud. Only Jiang Shangxin's heart was wet and she wanted to find a quiet place to cry her heart out. Li Yun stopped laughing and looked at Jiang Junling. "We are one step behind on the military order, but we still have to respond. At the very least, we have to fulfill the conditions that we promised the workers' representatives. Otherwise, they will think that they have been cheated and will do something even more drastic. By then, we won't be able to turn the situation around. Of course we have to fulfill the promise." Jiang Junling pondered and said, "It's just a matter of how far we have to go." Li Yun's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Jiang Junling wasn't convinced and wanted to increase the stakes? If that was the case, they would have to spend an astronomical sum of money. This time, Li Yun's heart really ached a little. Of course, Li Yun wouldn't say anything against it. She knew Jiang Junling too well. This man was proud and arrogant. On the surface, he was respectful to everyone, but deep down, he was extremely selfish. No one could change his mind once he decided on something. "What's your opinion on the military order?" Li Yun looked at Jiang Junling and asked. Jiang Junling's gaze met Jiang Zhulyo's for a short while, then it stopped on Lan Ling's face. He smiled and said, "Uncle Lan, this concerns a few families. I can't make the decision alone. Everyone has to make a decision together." Lan Ling also knew Jiang Junling's character and knew that he would be the one to make the decision. However, he really liked the respectful attitude that Jiang Junling displayed. He waved his hand and said, "Military order, we are all on the same side. You don't have to be so courteous with us. It's still up to you to make the decision. Don't worry, as long as I can do it, I will give my full support. If I can't do it, I will go back and ask my grandfather for support." Jiang Junling nodded and said, "Since everyone trusts me, then I won't be courteous with everyone. I'll tell you my opinion first, and if you think it's inappropriate, you can bring it up. This isn't just empty words, everyone has to fork out the money together, this is a big matter. I can't make the decision alone, and I can't make the decision." Jiang Zhulu chuckled as he looked at Jiang Junling and said, "Whatever eldest young master says, we'll do it. Do you think eldest young master will let us suffer losses?" "That's right. The Jiang family has a lot of assets. At most, they'll give us some compensation from other places." Lan Ling also agreed. Jiang Junling had the Jiang family behind him. Even if Jiang Junling squandered all of his assets in Huacheng, it would only be a superficial wound. He wouldn't even be able to touch his bones. The Jiang family would still be the prestigious Jiang family. Moreover, Jiang Zhulu was the one who voluntarily gave away the shares of Longtu Group in order to curry favor with the Jiang family. Even if Longtu Group collapsed, the person who lost the most was Jiang Zhulu. What did that have to do with Jiang Junling? We can't give too little compensation. We've already discussed the standard with the workers' representatives. If we break the contract now, the workers won't be satisfied, and if this matter gets out, we'll seem petty. Jiang Junling patiently explained, we can't use the same standard as Chao Yan either. Although they're ahead of us, we can't use the same standard as them. If we do that, people will think that we're imitating Chao Yan, and Chao Yan will bribe the media to lead us in that direction. We have to set a higher standard than them, but not by too much. Otherwise, we'll fall into Fang Yan's trap and become the main culprit of this incident. Do you think there's a problem with a 25% increase in benefits? No problem. Jiang Zhulu was the first to agree. Li Yun did some mental calculations and felt his heart ache. However, he still smiled and said, there's no problem on my side either. Lan Ling hesitated for a moment and said, this isn't a small amount. I can't make the decision alone. I'll go back and discuss it with the old master. If he agrees, there won't be a problem. I'll explain the cause and effect of this matter and the various stakes to him. I think he'll agree. Although Jiang Junling despised Lan Ling's indecisiveness, he still said gratefully, thank you, Uncle Lan. Thank you for the trouble. Lan Ling sighed and didn't speak anymore. Jiang Junling looked at Li Yun and said, let's do it this way. Okay. Li Yun nodded and said, I'll handle this personally. Jiang Zhulu looked at Jiang Junling and said, Master, the matter has been settled temporarily. However, what if they create any more trouble? If I were Fang Yan, Jiang Junling took the teacup that Shangxin passed to him and said, I can still make 2 more moves. Seeing that everyone was looking at him in shock, Jiang Junling squinted his eyes and smiled. He said, furthermore, based on my understanding of my old friend, he will definitely be able to think of these 2 moves and execute them. Li Yun panicked. She looked at Jiang Junling and said, military orders, this isn't a joke. Since you know what Fang Yan is going to do next, shouldn't we take some precautions? We can't just passively take a beating and do nothing, right? Jiang Junling shook his head and said, we don't have to do anything, and we can't do anything. If we are slow in the first move, we will be slow in every subsequent move. We have lost this round. Let's change to another battlefield and continue playing the game. Everyone looked at Jiang Junling thoughtfully. This proud man had once again admitted that he had lost. He had lost to the man who had beaten him repeatedly, Fang Yan. Furthermore, even though Jiang Junling had already thought of what Fang Yan was going to do next, he couldn't think of any way to deal with it. In that case, what exactly was Fang Yan going to do? There are some things that can't be done with human strength. Jiang Junling looked at everyone and explained, the more we get entangled in this, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. Why don't we cut the Gordian knot and end this battle quickly in exchange for a battlefield that is beneficial to us? You are right, young master. Jiang Zhulu agreed and said, doing something despite knowing that it is impossible to do is the true stupidity. This feeling, Jiang Junling smiled bitterly and said, is really uncomfortable. After the meeting ended, he bade farewell to Shangxin and the General Ling and walked out with his bag in hand. Jiang Zhulu walked over quickly and shouted, Shangxin, let's talk. Jiang Shangxin turned around and looked at Jiang Zhulu expressionlessly. Jiang Zhulu, what do we have to talk about? You are my wife, and I am your husband in name and in law. We have many things to talk about, Jiang Zhulu chuckled and said. Jiang Zhulu grabbed onto Shangxin's arm as she turned around to leave. Jiang Zhulu gave Shangxin a tight slap when she turned around to scold her. Piak! A resounding slap. Chapter 533. Jiang Shangxin's skin was so delicate that it would turn red even if it was exposed to the sun, let alone such a strong slap. A clear and deep purplish-red palm print appeared on the right side of Jiang Shangxin's face. There was an area that was congested with blood, and it looked like the blood vessels there were about to burst. Jiang Shangxin was stunned. Jiang Zhulu actually dared to slap her? This man had been trying to please her from the beginning to satisfy her pride and selfishness. He had placed his status very low and treated her like a servant. He actually dared to slap her. Was she stupid, or was that man crazy? Jiang Shangxin did not cry or scream. She did not even have the time to make a sound other than the crisp sound that came from her face. She could not accept this reality. Jiang Shangxin felt extremely unfamiliar and shocked, and she saw the sinister smile on the man's face. The understanding that she had once thought was just a lie. Jiang Zhulu grabbed Shangxin's arm and casually pushed open the door to an office when he heard someone talking behind him. This was the office of Jiang Zhulio's secretary, Wang Min. When she saw the boss dragging the lady boss in, and the lady boss's face with a ghastly palm print on it, Wang Min jumped up in a panic. She didn't say a word and quickly left. At this point, anything she said or did would be wrong. The smartest thing to do was to pretend that she did not see anything. Jiang Zhulu flung Shangxin's body and threw her onto the sofa in the guest room. Before Jiang Shangxin could get up, Jiang Zhulu had already pressed down on her. His lower body pressed against Jiang Shangxin's legs and abdomen, and his upper body was raised up high. Looking down at Jiang Shangxin's ferocious gaze, he asked with a smile, "Do you hate me?" Jiang Shangxin bit her lip tightly and said word by word, "You dare to hit me? So what if I hit you?" Jiang Zhulu asked. "Don't tell me that you still haven't realized it. Haven't you reflected on your current status? Should you put yourself in the right place?" "That's right, my status is very awkward and my situation is very difficult. I am only a loyal dog of the Jiang family. I have to do whatever they tell me to do. I have to bite whoever they tell me to bite. However, you should understand that as long as a loyal dog like me has any value to the Jiang family, they won't just kick me away. They will feed me dog food. You are my dog food." Jiang Zhulu. Jiang Shangxin gritted her teeth and shouted. "What? Blame me for speaking too harshly? But wasn't that the truth? If I scold you, they will pretend not to hear me. If I hit you, all they can do is reproach me. What can they do to me? Is this not the fate of yours and mine? Shangxin, you are a smart woman. You should be very clear that the bigger the commotion, the worse it will be for you. Do not be hostile to me, do not hate me, obey me, please me, serve me, that is what a wife ought to do. You just got married and don't have any experience of being someone else's wife. I'm not in a hurry. I can wait and give you more time to study. But don't disobey me, and don't betray me. Don't mock your husband in front of others. I know you hate me. Why do you hate me? Do you suspect that I have something to do with your father's death? Do you suspect that I killed your father?" Jiang Shangxin's lips twitched, but she did not answer Jiang Zhulio's question. She did suspect that her father's death had something to do with Jiang Zhulu. She did suspect that Jiang Zhulu was the one who killed her father. No, it wasn't just a suspicion, it was a certainty. She was certain that Jiang Zhulu was the culprit who killed her father. Fang Yan had already agreed to exchange hostages. How could he kill her father? Let him live and let him become the shame of the Jiang family and the laughingstock of the entire circle. This was what a sinister and cunning man should do. How could he kill his own father? Jiang Zhulu was the one who brought people to fetch her father. Of course, his own father was included. His father sank into the sea and did not return. Her father did return, but he was a lifeless corpse. With Jiang Shangxin's intelligence, it was not difficult to guess what kind of story was hidden in this. Jiang Shangxin knew that they had their reasons for doing this. She knew that they did not want her father to become a scar on the Jiang family. However, as a woman and as the daughter of that man, how could she pretend that nothing had happened and share the same bed with him? Sleep on the same bed with the murderer who killed her father? This was too harsh and difficult for her. Isn't that the case? Jiang Shangxin said sarcastically. Jiang Zhulu did not deny it. Instead, he looked straight into Jiang Shangxin's eyes and said with sincerity, "Yes, this is the case. I killed your father. I used a special needle." His heart failed and he didn't even have a chance to speak. Isn't this the answer you wanted? Now that you know, I have confessed to you. Jiang Shangxin, what can you do? Call the police to arrest me? Or do you want to make a scene with me? Or look for Jiang Junling to help you take revenge? Do you think he will help you? Do you think he will let you continue to pursue this matter? Jiang Shangxin, I didn't want your father to die. Jiang Junling was the one who killed your father. So, you can only blame your father for being useless and unlucky. You can't blame anyone else. You said that my brother asked you to kill my father? This is impossible. My brother would never do such a thing. Jiang Zhulu looked at Jiang Shangxin's overly calm eyes and his emotions gradually became rational. He climbed up from Jiang Shangxin's body and said, "You have a recording?" Jiang Shangxin got up from the sofa and adjusted her clothes. She looked at Jiang Zhulu with disdain and said, "Why? Are you afraid?" Jiang Zhulu stared at Jiang Shangxin coldly and said, "Jiang Shangxin, what exactly do you want to do? What do you think?" Jiang Shangxin asked. "I know that you don't care about me. But, Jiang Shangxin, are you going to betray the Jiang family?" Betray? Jiang Shangxin stood up from the sofa and looked at Jiang Zhulu. "I am a member of the Jiang family. Why would I betray my own family? But, Jiang Zhulu, who do you think you are?" Jiang Shangxin walked in front of Jiang Zhulu and gave him a tight slap on his face. Then, she walked away leisurely in her high heels. Blood flowed from the corner of Jiang Zhulu's mouth. A cruel and ruthless smile appeared on his face. Fang Yan did not disappoint Jiang Junling. Just as Jiang Junling had predicted, they still had a few more moves to make. Chaoyan is a human-oriented research company. While we are committed to solving the energy crisis for mankind, we also pay attention to the health of our employees. The company provides 2 health experiences to their employees every year. We also apply for associated experience cards for their immediate family members. As long as they have worked in Chaoyan technology for more than 2 years, they have the opportunity to apply for an associated experience card for their parents, wife, or children. They can enjoy the same experience services as the company's employees. Fu Mingli, the deputy director of Chaoyan Technology, said in an interview with the media. "We have launched a special reward program for outstanding talents in Chaoyan. If the children of foreign employees want to bring their children to Huacheng to study, we will provide the most convenient channel. We have already cooperated with the most outstanding private high school in Huacheng, Rosefinch Secondary. Any student who passes the assessment will be given priority admission." Lu Chaoga, the director of Chaoyan Technology, said while participating in a charity event. Chaoyan Technology, which had been developing rapidly in the past few years, suddenly became extremely high-profile. Even the queen of Chaoyan, Lu Chaoga, who was very reluctant to show her face in front of the media, frequently appeared in front of the cameras. They increased the welfare of their workers time and time again. They improved their social security and reward system so that their employees, as well as their parents and children, could benefit from it. After this series of events, Chaoyan Technology became a conscientious enterprise in Huacheng, a benchmark enterprise, and also the most anticipated company by job seekers. There was also a special topic by the media regarding the 2 completely different attitudes of Chaoyan Technology and Longtu Company. It was called, First-Rate Companies Value Talents, Second-Rate Companies Value Profits. The article said, both are high-tech companies, but in order to save costs, Longtu Company made fraudulent contracts during the acquisition, causing countless retired workers to have no place to live or recover. This caused the vicious incident of employees surrounding the headquarters of Longtu Tower. On the other hand, Chaoyan Technology prepared for a rainy day and wholeheartedly served its employees. They thought of their employees and did what their employees wanted to do the most. When the two were compared, the difference was obvious. Pa! A whistling feather arrow hit the bullseye position on the target. Good arrow. You shot 10 arrows in a row, and each arrow hit the bullseye. Young master, your archery skills are getting better and better. Young master, give me a chain arrow. Li Guochang handed over a towel. General Xing took the towel and wiped his hands clean. He said, "Thank you, Guochang. We're brothers. You can do this kind of thing for me, but you don't have to do this kind of thing for me." Li Guochang smiled and said, "It's just convenient. I'm not trying to flatter you. That's good. We're brothers. There's no need to play around." Li Guochang followed General Xing to the lounge and said, "I heard that the military order in Huaqing didn't go well." General Xing glanced at Li Guochang and said with a smile, "There's an old saying, the more daring a person is, the more productive the land is. In other words, the more productive the land is, the more daring the person is. That younger brother of mine, he's a little too impatient. He's eager to make a contribution. He doesn't even look at the level of his opponent and falls head first into it. Is it worth it for that little bit of money?" Chapter 534. This was the best shooting range in Yanjing, and General Xing and his group of young masters were the most distinguished guests here. As soon as the guests walked into the lounge, a service staff brought warm water and towels to wash their hands, and then a second group of service staff brought hot tea according to the guests' preferences, and a third group of service staff brought fruits and snacks. The service staff were all tall beauties wearing white cheongsams, and it was said that many of them were female students from the university town. Their qualifications were quite outstanding. Li Guochang picked up a strawberry with a fork and stuffed it into his mouth to moisten his throat, then looked at General Xing and said, "What? Young master doesn't like that Fang Yan? It's not that I don't like him, it's that I don't want to see him." General Xing held the hot tea and carefully sipped it, with a faint smile on his face. "That Fang Yan, he does have some ability. His mind is not weak, and his martial arts are not bad. It's not an exaggeration to say that he's an all-rounder. Otherwise, would that arrogant younger brother of mine have been repeatedly defeated in front of him? If Jiang Zhulu lost, then so be it. What kind of person is Qiang Long Tan? Just take our Yanjing city as an example, how many people can be more calculative than him? And the result? After provoking that kid, he mysteriously disappeared, and Jiang Zhulu had to pretend to be a filial son, and also had to think of a way to explain where his father went. It's not easy to live. Hearing General Xing's interesting words, Li Guochang couldn't help but grin and said, "Since young master thinks so highly of Fang Yan, why do you think that the military's hard work isn't worth that little? Fang Yan is a rotten egg." General Xing said, "If you don't like to eat rotten eggs, just move it to a place where you can't see it, or turn your line of sight to another place, because you don't like it, you want to kick that rotten egg away. And the result? Isn't it just staining your body with the stench? And that stench is incomparably stinky, the wind can't blow it away, and water can't wash it off. In the end, isn't it still you who suffers? Why do you have to go against that Fang Yan? If I had the time to fight with this rotten egg, I don't know how many enterprises I could have built and how much profit I could have earned for the family. Compared with showing my talent to consolidate my position in the family, isn't defeating Fang Yan just a piece of cake?" Li Guoqiang picked another strawberry and stuffed it into his mouth. He asked casually, "A military order can't even solve a rotten egg. I'm afraid that your image will be damaged and your position in the family will be shaken." General Xing looked at Li Guoqiang with a serious face and said, "Guoqiang, what do you think?" A few days ago, when I was bored, I flipped through a few pages of the Book of Changes. There are a few sentences in it that I think are very reasonable. Heaven is the highest and the earth is the lowest. There must be rules in everything. If there are no rules, wouldn't the world be in chaos? General Xing laughed out loud, pointed at Li Guoqiang and said, "You, a boor, still have the mood to read those ancient books? It's good to read ancient books. The ancient books explain everything clearly. There are a lot of people nowadays who don't have parents or brothers, and don't care about etiquette or shame. It's really hateful." The smile on General Xing's face gradually disappeared. He said, "Guoqiang, say, shouldn't we help my little brother?" Of course, Li Guoqiang nodded without hesitation. "Other people don't care about friendship or blood, but we can't do such a thing. How about this? I'll go to Flying Flower City tonight and help the military order." General Xing nodded and said, "That's fine. Then I'll have to trouble you, Guoqiang." Li Guoqiang chuckled and said, "We're friends, this is what I should do." "No, you're my brother." General Xing looked at Li Guoqiang with a serious face and said, "My blood brother." The two of them looked at each other, then burst out laughing. 270 kilometers per hour, 280 kilometers per hour, 301 kilometers per hour. Fang Haohan stared at the speed displayed on the top of the train and happily said to Fang Yingying, "Hero, we'll arrive at Flying Flower City in 2 hours. When we get there, we'll be able to see Junior Marshal Uncle." Calm down a bit. Fang Yingying was holding a copy of The Theory of a Strong Nation, and reading it with great interest. He said with a calm and confident expression, "You need to have the elegant demeanor of a mature man." Fang Haohan seriously looked at Fang Yingying and said, "You look very mature, but you're not elegant at all." Just when Fang Yingxiong was about to retaliate, he suddenly thought of something and returned to his refined appearance. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, he said softly like a Maitreya Buddha, "You don't know what refined is. You don't even look elegant, so how can you be elegant?" Fang Haohan looked at Fang Yingying expressionlessly and said, "You bought this book at the train station and flipped to page 37 when you got on the train. It's already been a few hours, and you're still reading page 37, you're not elegant, you're pretentious." Whoosh! Fang Yingying angrily flipped dozens of pages of The Theory of a Strong Nation in his hands and looked at Fang Haohan. "Fang Haohan, you idiot. Why didn't you tell me earlier when you found out about my flaws?" "What if she found out?" "Who found out?" Fang Haohan looked at Fang Yingying blankly and asked. They were sitting in the business class compartment of the train, and there was no one they knew in the entire compartment. Who was he afraid of seeing? "It's her." Fang Yingying's eyes were shy as he answered embarrassedly. "Who is she?" "You've seen her before?" "When have I seen her before?" "During the ticket check." "Ah." Fang Haohan finally understood. He looked at Fang Yingying in surprise and said, "You like that stewardess?" "Shoo!" Fang Yingying hurriedly covered his mouth and whispered, "Lower your voice, don't let anyone hear you." Fang Haohan pulled Fang Yingying's hand away. He didn't like others touching his lips. That was the most sacred organ of the human body to him. How could one eat without a mouth? If one couldn't eat, how could one live? It was too sacred. "Don't you think she looks sexy in uniform?" Fang Yingying asked in a low voice. His cheeks were slightly red, like a little boy who had just experienced his first awakening of love. Fang Haohan thought about it and shook his head. "No." "You actually said no? Don't you think she's sexy?" "Maybe she wears too much." Fang Haohan said with a simple and honest face. "Sexy women wear very little. It's all like that on TV, you." Fang Yingying opened his mouth and found that he couldn't refute. However, he quickly became happy again and said, "That's good. If you don't think she's sexy, you won't be my rival in love, although you can't be the rival of the Casanova of Swallow Dock, you are my brother. I don't want to see you in a miserable state after a crushing defeat. Why would I fight with Junior Marshal Uncle for a woman? Miss Yi is the future mistress of our Fong family. I won't take her away," Fong Haohan said with a frightened face. "I won't do such a thing. Miss Yi isn't my type, I'm talking about me. I'm your rival, but you're talking about the Casanova of Swallow Dock. Junior Marshal Uncle is the Casanova of Swallow Dock. When Junior Marshal Uncle isn't here, I am." Fong Yingying's explanation was quite lacking in confidence. He said, "But that's not the point. The point is, how can I win her over? I don't know." Fong Haohan didn't have any experience in relationships. He didn't know how to make a girl happy. Love? This kind of thing was too far away for him. So, when Fong Yingying asked him this question, his first reaction was, "This guy is an idiot. Why would he think of asking me this question of anyone else? I know you don't know. So I asked you on purpose." Fong Yingying said proudly, "If you don't have a smart brain, I hope you have excellent acting talent." Fong Haohan stared at Fong Yingying with a vigilant face and asked, "What do you want to do?" Fong Yingying's fat body leaned over and whispered in Fong Haohan's ear for a while. Fong Haohan's skeleton body suddenly shook. He looked at Fong Yingying with an extremely embarrassed expression and said, "You actually want me to act as a robber?" "I didn't ask you to act as a robber," Fong Yingying explained with a serious face. "I just want you to act as a robber, and this isn't a robber. This is a train. What do you want to rob? Rob? Rape? This is illegal, we can't do it." "Then what do you mean?" "You go act as a little hooligan," Fong Yingying said with a face full of excitement. "When my goddess walks over, you little hooligan will go up and tease her." "How do I tease her?" Fong Haohan asked. "Say some dirty things to her, touch her or something like that. Isn't that still rape?" "This is different from rape." Fong Yingying felt like he was about to collapse. "Why don't you understand?" She had really succeeded in doing it. Flirting is when you think that the woman is beautiful, so you have some wretched thoughts in your mind. But this is only your moral character isn't up to standard, but it won't lead to a crime. The former might lead to jail time, the latter is normal. "She'll slap you twice," Fong Yingying said in a low voice, "but don't worry, I won't give her the chance to slap you. Before she slaps you, I'll stand up and righteously scold you for your bad behavior. Then I'll loudly tell you to scram, and you'll immediately leave. Where do I go? Hey, the train is so big, can't you sit for a while? Give us some private space, let's talk about our feelings, maybe it'll be done, and you'll have a sister-in-law." "I won't do it," Fong Haohan refused. "Why?" "I don't know how to say dirty things." "That's easy, I'll teach you," Fong Yingying said. He pinched Fong Haohan's chin with his chubby hand, smiled lewdly, and said, "Beauty, you smell so good, come, let Big Brother have a whiff, let go of me." Fong Haohan hated it when people touched his chin, so he slapped Fong Yingying's hand away. Yes, that's more like it, little beauty, don't you like Big Brother? Big Brother likes you a lot." At the door of the carriage, a beautiful police officer stared at the unsightly scene in front of her. Chapter 535. Fong Yingying had just gotten into the zone and didn't notice the strange gazes of others. He pinched Fong Haohan's chin with his chubby hand and said with a lewd smile, "Don't struggle, don't resist. The more you struggle, the happier I'll be. The more you resist, the more excited I'll be. I like little girls like you. Come, let me have a taste." As he spoke, Fong Yingying moved his chubby sausage mouth toward Fong Haohan's lips. Sun Li couldn't stand it anymore. She strode toward Fong Yingying, who was acting like a hooligan, and shouted angrily, "Hooligan, stop, it was like a basin of frozen water in the middle of winter, like a basin of boiling water in the middle of summer. This kind of feeling was too cruel, but it was also burning hot and peeling off his skin. Fang Yingying didn't expect that someone would keep staring at them, and it was the pretty policewoman that he had fallen in love with at first sight. Fang Yingxiong, who didn't have much experience in love, was dumbfounded when he saw her embarrassed and angry look on her face. She rushed over and looked like she wanted to beat him up. His body was stiff, the fat on his face was shaking, and his right hand was still pinching Fang Haohen's chin. He looked anxiously at the policewoman. He wanted to say something to explain, but his throat felt like it was stuffed with dough, and he couldn't say a word. Such a scene was too embarrassing. He wanted to explain, but he did not know where to start. Sun Li rushed in front of Fang Yingying because of her anger. After thinking about it, she took 2 steps back and kept a safe distance from Fang Yingying. She pointed at Fang Yingying and shouted, "Hooligan, let go of your dirty hands, let go." Yes, let go of his dirty hands. After Sun Li's reminder, Fang Yingying knew what he should do first. He let go of Fang Haohen's sharp chin and anxiously explained to Sun Li, "I'm not a hooligan, you are a hooligan." Sun Li was so angry that her body trembled. She looked at Fang Yingying with disdain and said, "Do you think I didn't see what you did just now? I don't discriminate against love between comrades, but if you force someone when they don't like you, it's a kind of hooligan behavior. Not only are you behaving like a hooligan, but you're also breaking the law." Fang Yingying glanced at Fang Haohen and said with a smile, "Police comrade, you misunderstood, misunderstanding? I saw you groping someone with my own eyes, and you still dare to say that I misunderstood? Do you think I'm blind? Yes, I did touch him." Fang Yingying explained with a serious face, "But, police comrade, it's not what you think. He and I are friends, brothers. He's my brother, my biological brother, you're my brother," Fang Haohen said snappily. He hated it when people touched his chin. "You're Fang Yingying, and I'm Fang Haohen. Isn't the hero always ranked before the hero? Why should I be older than you?" "Yes, yes, yes." Fang Yingying nodded repeatedly. He pointed at Fang Haohen and said to the policewoman, "Police comrade, did you hear that? I'm Fang Yingying, and he's Fang Haohen. I'm his brother, and we're actors. We're international non-famous actors. We're just fooling around. This is really a misunderstanding." Sun Li's eyes swept between Fang Yingying and Fang Haohen's faces, and said, "Are you two really brothers?" "We're really brothers." Fang Yingying nodded with great sincerity and determination. Sun Li looked at their faces again, and said, "Take out your IDs." She still could not believe that these 2 people were blood brothers. How could blood brothers look like such a strange appearance? Fang Yingying and Fang Haohen looked at each other, and had no choice but to take out their IDs from their pockets and hand them over to the policewoman. Sun Li looked at their IDs, and her expression became even more confused. Are these 2 really blood brothers? One was called Fang Yingying, and the other was called Fang Haohen. Their birthplace and address were both in a place called Swallow Dock. "You 2 come with me." Sun Li's attitude towards the 2 became even worse. "Why?" Fang Yingying asked in confusion. "We've both taken out our IDs to prove that we're brothers. Can't we joke around between brothers? I suspect that your IDs are fake." Sun Li said. "Our IDs are real. Our identities are fake." Fang Haohen couldn't hold it in anymore. He stood up in front of Fang Yingying and said, "We're not actors, and we weren't rehearsing a scene just now. Fang Yingying wanted to pursue you, so he asked me to act out a scene with him. He said he wanted me to act as a hooligan who wanted to touch you. I didn't know how to act as a hooligan, so he personally demonstrated it to me. There's never been such a brainless way to pick up a girl." Fang Haohen, shut up. Fang Yingying wanted to block Fang Haohen's mouth. This idiot, how could he say such a thing out loud? Fang Yingying, you're the one who should shut up. Fang Haohan said snappily, it's already like this, how long are you going to hide it, don't you just like her? What's there to hide about this kind of thing? We're martial artists, and we do things to protect the country and the people. Chasing a girl, what's there to hide? Fang Haohan looked at Sun Li expressionlessly and said, he likes you, do you like him? Sun Li looked at Fang Haohan, then at Fang Yingxiong, whose face was purplish-red from holding back his anger. She opened her mouth and shouted angrily, the two of you, come with me. Huacheng. The station police office. Police comrade, we're good people. Look at my face, I'm so fat, how could I be a bad person? Fang Yingying pointed at his fat face and said with a wronged expression. Thin people are bad people? Fang Haohan was very dissatisfied with Fang Yingying's argument and retorted. Most bad people are thin people. Look at the TV shows, it's always Fatso who plays the good guy, hiding a dagger behind a smile, that's exactly what people like you, Fatso, bam. Sun Li slammed the table, pointed at Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan, and scolded, can you two stop arguing? This is the police station, is there anyone coming to pick you up? If no one comes to pick you up, I'll lock you up for a night. Seeing that Sun Li was angry, Fang Yingying's heart ached. He kicked Fang Haohan and said, Fang Haohan, can you not always go against me? A man should have a man's elegance. Don't you know that you're acting like a child that hasn't grown up yet? Seeing that Fang Haohan wanted to retaliate again, Fang Yingying quickly said, call Junior Marshal Uncle again and see where he is. When Fang Yan pushed open the door of the interrogation room, he happened to hear Fang Yingying yelling for Fang Haohan to call him. Fang Yan stood at the door of the room and smiled guiltily at Sun Li. He said, sorry, I'm late, my two friends, did they do anything illegal? Sun Li looked at Fang Yan and thought to herself, this man is indeed handsome. Too bad, how could he be friends with two idiots like them? They didn't do anything illegal, it's just that, Sun Li thought about it and didn't want to pursue their other responsibilities. Although these two fellows looked strange, they looked silly, so they weren't bad people. So she looked at Fang Yan and said, forget it, there's some misunderstanding. Come and sign here and take them back. Thank you, Fang Yan said gratefully. Fang Yan signed the document that Sun Li handed over and nodded at her. He turned to look at Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan and said, let's go. Fang Haohan stood up, walked in front of Fang Yan, and said respectfully, Junior Marshal Uncle. Fang Yingying looked at Sun Li reluctantly and said, Miss, I'm fine now, right? You're fine, Sun Li said. It's time to get off work. You're no longer a police officer, and I'm no longer your suspect, right? That's right. Sun Li nodded. What do you want to say? I mean, can you? Fang Yingying's fat face turned red again, like a heated braised pig head. Can you give me your phone number? Sun Li stared at him and said, why do you want my phone number? I think, Fang Yingying hesitated for a few seconds and said, I'm not a good person, and I may often make mistakes. If I get your phone number, I can call the police directly when I make a mistake, that way, I can prevent my mistakes from becoming bigger and hurting innocent people. Fang Yan looked at Fang Yingying in surprise. How did he come up with such a shameless reason? Why do I always have a very embarrassing feeling when I'm with them? I'm just a police officer, I know. Fang Yingying nodded seriously. I often take the bullet train. The bullet train we met on, it's fine if there are hooligans causing trouble, but if there aren't hooligans causing trouble, I don't know how to find you. Sun Li didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, who prays for hooligans causing trouble? Besides, why are you looking for me? I like you. Fang Yingying looked straight into Sun Li's eyes and said. Do you like me? Fang Yingying followed up with another question. Sun Li shook her head and said, no. Fang Yingying's face was extremely embarrassed, and there was an emotion called sadness in his eyes. Soon, he grinned again and said, "I knew you would answer like this. Confessing to you on the first day we met seems a bit exaggerated. It's like a man who treats feelings as child's play. You don't know me yet, so you think you don't like me. If you know me, you'll know that I'm not the kind of playboy who only has a good appearance." Fang Yingying reached out to hold Sun Li's hand, but Sun Li avoided it. Fang Yingying clicked his tongue with some regret and said, "If I can only say this to one woman in my life, I hope that the recipient is you. I like you. By the way, girl, what's your name?" Chapter 536. Fang Yingying's eyes were wide open and round. The expression on his face was so sincere and serious. People say that serious men are the most attractive. For example, men who are serious about laying bricks, men who are serious about writing. Men who are serious about repairing water pipes, men who are serious about cooking and washing vegetables, men who are serious about courtship or serious about making love. However, why does Sun Li always have a feeling that she will accidentally laugh? If she laughs at such a moment, it must hurt the man's self-esteem, right? However, she really can't stand it. She felt that Fang Yingying at this time was like a serious and cute Garfield. Thinking of Garfield's appearance, Sun Li couldn't hold it anymore. Pooh! She sprayed out the tea in her mouth and it splashed on Garfield's cute face. I'm sorry. Sun Li quickly took out a tissue to wipe Fang Yingying's face. Fang Yingying still maintained his original posture and let Sun Li wipe his face with the tissue. He said, "Do you promise me? I'll take this sip of tea as a token of love from you." Sun Li threw away the tissue in her hand and said angrily, "Why are you so thick-skinned? Spitting out a mouthful of tea is a token of love. Spitting on your face, does it mean that we have a French kiss? Because I like you. If other women treat me like this, I would have already spat back." Fang Yingying's face was covered with clear water stains. He looked at Sun Li firmly and said, "Girl, you haven't told me your name yet." Sun Li hesitated and replied, "Sun Li. A good woman is afraid of a pestering man." Under Fang Yingying's pestering, the policewoman finally said her name. Fang Yingying wrote down the name seriously and said, "You look good and have a nice name. No wonder I liked you so much when I saw you." I introduced myself in the car, but it wasn't a formal occasion. "My name is Fang Yingying." Fang Yingying looked at Sun Li and said, "A square is a square place, and a hero is a hero who saves a beauty. Okay, I'll remember it." Sun Li waved her hand and said, "You guys go back quickly, I'm going to get off work." "I'll be back," Fang Yingying said. "Goodbye," Fang Yan said with a smile. According to the rules in the sect, he was a generation older than Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan. Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan had always called him junior martial uncle. However, in his heart, he treated these two guys who were the same age as him as his own brothers. Su Wan also treated them as her own sons. According to the rules of normal people, Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan should be married and have children at their age. However, the reality was that the two of them hadn't even been in a normal relationship. He was really afraid that as time passed, the two of them would become more and more pleasing to the eye and get together. That would be a big deal. His mother, Su Wan, would definitely go crazy. Now seeing Fang Yingying take the initiative to attack a girl, Fang Yan was sincerely happy for him. If possible, he also hoped that the two of them could be together. Sun Li was beautiful, and her character was also very wild, which could suppress Fang Yingying's disease of being a slut. Look at him, didn't he find Yi Ro as his girlfriend? What am I talking about? Goodbye. Sun Li stood up. She didn't know why, but she always felt a little strained when facing Fang Yan. It was like there was something invisible covering the top of her head, making it difficult for her to breathe, and even the movement of getting up was a little stiff. Is this nervousness? But why am I nervous? Even when facing the leader of their branch office, I didn't feel so nervous. Fang Yan patted Fang Yingying's shoulder, looked at Sun Li and said, "He is my brother." "I know." Sun Li nodded. "He is a good man," Fang Yan said seriously. Sun Li understood the weight of Fang Yan's words. After thinking for a long time, she nodded and said, "I know." Fang Yan smiled and said, "Goodbye." "Goodbye." Fang Yan's car was parked in the yard. Fang Yingying saw the BMW and said, "Yo, Junior Marshal Uncle bought a car. Principal Lu's car. She doesn't need it for the time being, so I borrowed it." Fang Yan said and walked to the driver's seat. Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan's eyes looked at each other vaguely. Fang Yingying walked over and opened the door of the passenger seat. He sat down and asked, "Junior Marshal Uncle, where are we staying this time?" "Staying with me," Fang Yan said. "Of course we are staying with Junior Marshal Uncle. We still have to take care of Junior Marshal Uncle's food and clothing," Fang Yingying said shamelessly. "By the way, are we going back to school? Are we still staying in the small courtyard where we lived before? To be honest, that courtyard is really good. I have feelings for living there." "No," Fang Yan said. "In Plum Garden." Plum Garden was the villa community where Lu Chaoga lived now. Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan were also going to live with them. "It's not appropriate, is it?" Fang Yingying said embarrassedly, "I heard that Junior Marshal Uncle and Principal Lu live together. Will we disturb you if we go there?" Fang Yan drove without looking sideways. He was afraid that if he saw Fang Yingying's current appearance, he would beat him up. He said aloud, "You must live in Plum Garden. You have to go there." Fang Yan was too familiar with the thoughts of these two guys. They were nominally his martial nephews, but in fact, they were more inclined to be Yi Gentle's undercover agents. They kept saying that they were going to live in Rosefinch's courtyard, but in fact, they wanted to test the relationship between him and Lu Chaoga. If he was stupid and really let them live in Rosefinch's courtyard, Yi Gentle would probably be furious. What shameful thing did I do with Lu Chaoga? Why did she kick Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan away? Fang Haohan sat in the back seat, took out his cell phone from his pocket, and secretly sent a message. There were only 2 words in the message, Plum Garden. Fang Yan had long been accustomed to the betrayal of these 2 guys. He asked, "Why did you 2 come by train? Isn't it faster by plane? And you had a conflict with the police?" With a sad face, Fang Yingying said, "Some time ago, Yan Jing held a world boxing competition. The Thai boxing champion, Hachai, was arrogant and domineering. He said that he would beat all the masters in Wuxia and show us the power of Muay Thai. Hachai took a plane to Yan Jing to participate in the competition, but the plane crashed in Malaysia. So what if he is good at Kung Fu? Isn't there only a dead end for him? A martial arts senior once said that I should keep everything under control, so I only take the train. If there is something wrong with the train, we can jump out of the train. What if there is something wrong with the plane? Can we jump out of the train? It's too dangerous. It's not in line with the style of us martial arts practitioners who seek perfection and stability. We took the train," Fang Haohan said in the back seat. "If the train breaks down," Fang Yingying turned back angrily and said, "Fang Haohan, shut your crow's mouth. I haven't settled the matter of you betraying me on the train. If I didn't tell the truth, you would have been locked up in the police station for hooliganism," Fang Haohan retorted. When Fang Yan took Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan back, Lu Chaoga had already prepared a large table full of food. The injury on Lu Chaoga's palm was almost healed. During this time, she often cooked, but Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan felt flattered. The director of Rosefinch Secondary, the chairman of Chaoyan Technology, was a goddess in their hearts. Now, she personally cooked such a large table of delicious food for the two brothers. Although they hadn't eaten it yet, they felt that the food was very delicious at first glance. Lu Chaoga wore a set of white casual clothes with an apron around her neck. She wiped her hands with a handkerchief and smiled at Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan. "Are you hungry? The room has been prepared for you. You can go upstairs to take a shower and change your clothes before going downstairs to eat." "Thank you, Principal Lu," Fang Yingying said gratefully. "Don't call me Principal Lu," Lu Chaoga said. "If you don't mind, just call me Sister Lu." "Thank you, Sister Lu." Fang Yingying immediately changed the way he addressed her. Fang Yan took Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan upstairs. Fang Haohan whispered to Fang Yingying, "She told us to call her Sister Lu." "Why are you calling her Sister Lu? Don't you think I'll look cuter if I add one more word?" Fang Yingying asked. Fang Yan's footsteps slipped, and he almost missed a step and fell flat on his face. This Fang Yingying. Now he knew how to act cute. Fang Yan took Fang Yingying to the westernmost room on the second floor. He pushed open the door and said to Fang Yingying, "Hero, this is your room." Chaoga knew you were coming, so she prepared the room in advance. The bed sheets and bedding are all new. There are also some clothes and pajamas prepared for you in the wardrobe. The training clothes and cloth shoes are also prepared. If you need anything else, you can tell her or me. Hero's room is on the other side, and you two will live opposite each other. Fang Haohan pushed open the door to his own room, which was exactly the same as the one on the other side. The furniture was brand new, and the bed sheets were all new. There was a faint fragrance in the air, and they could see the beautiful scenery when they opened the window. "This is a luxurious house," Fang Yingying said with a sigh. "It's so comfortable," Fang Haohan said. Fang Yan saw that the two brothers were very satisfied with the place, so he said, "You two wash up and go downstairs to eat. I'll go downstairs and have a look." After Fang Yan left, Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan hurried to the same room, and Fang Yingying closed the door carefully. "Be careful. You must be careful," Fang Yingxiong said with a dignified expression. "This is a plot to sow discord. They want to bribe us and place us undercover agents around Miss Yi. I'm Miss Ye's woman, and I'm Miss Ye's dead woman. I will never betray Miss Yi." Fang Haohan hurriedly swore. Fang Yingying nodded deeply and said, "That's right. But Sister Lu is also a good person. It would be great if Junior Marshal Uncle could marry two wives." Fang Haohan thought for a moment and said regretfully, "It's useless even if you tell me. We can't help with this kind of thing." Chapter 537. Whether it was Yi Rou, Lu Chaoga, or Qin Yitian who was also in Yanjing, they were all outstanding women of the present age. No matter who they entrusted their lives to, that man would be the most envied person in the world. However, things became complicated when these women gathered around Fang Yan at the same time. At least, Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan felt it was very troublesome to deal with this kind of thing. Think about it, if Lu Chaoga, Yi Rou, and Qin Yitian all fell in love with one of them at the same time, how terrible it would be. I can't help him either. Fang Yingying shook his head and sighed. It's not that we don't want to share the burden of Junior Marshal Uncle, but this kind of thing, the key is his own determination. If he likes it, we like it. If they don't like it, we can't like it either. Fang Haohan said. Because they won't like us either. That's hard to say. Fang Yingying had always been very confident about his charm. Women nowadays like ambiguous men. Look at me. Am I ambiguous? Women like dubious men, they don't like hugging a stove. You're a big stove. You will roast people alive. Fong Haohan, do you want to fight? No. Fong Haohan turned around and went back to his room. Fong Yingxiong was very angry. He took off all his clothes and rushed into the bathroom. Stroking his round belly, he looked at himself in the mirror and said, "Why isn't this a flirting man? How come I am not an ambiguous man? Which girl doesn't feel warm holding such a big pile of meat?" Fong Yingying and Fong Haohan took a shower and went downstairs. Fong Yan and Lu Chaoga were already waiting for them in the living room for dinner. Fong Yan purposely went out and called Qi Ning in. Qi Ning followed the rules and was unwilling to enter the house. Fong Yan smiled and said that if Qi Ning did not come in, he would not be able to secretly learn his martial arts in the future. Qi Ning was very anxious. He had been learning from Fong Yan for a period of time and discovered that some of Fong Yan's methods were very effective. He did not focus on punches and kicks, but on the depth and ingenuity of his strength. However, when the two of them exchanged blows, he didn't have the strength to resist Fong Yan at all. He always had a sullen feeling of being suppressed. He knew that Fong Yan was playing at a higher level than him and was greedily absorbing the knowledge. If Fong Yan really refused to let him practice martial arts with him in the morning, where else could he find such a good teacher? Isn't it just a meal? Qi Ning said with a flushed face. Even if I have to eat a bowl of sh*t, I'll accept it. Seeing Qi Ning's heroic appearance, Fong Yan thought of asking Fong Yingying to have a good talk with him when he woke up the next morning. It had been a while since he had seen a hero. He wanted to see if these two brats' martial arts had improved and if they were slacking off when they were at Swallow Dock. Fong Yan opened a bottle of Mao Tai and filled the glasses in front of them. Then, he raised his own glass and looked at everyone present. He said, "I haven't drunk for a while. First, there's nothing worth drinking. Second, I don't have the mood to drink. Today is to welcome the heroes and also to express my gratitude to Qi Ning for his hard work these few years. Let me give you a toast." After Fong Yan finished speaking, he drank the wine in his glass in one gulp. "I just did what I should do." After Qi Ning finished speaking, he drank the wine in his glass in one gulp. Fong Yingying and Fong Haohan raised their glasses and said, "To Junior Martial Uncle." "There's no reason. You're our junior martial uncle, after all." After that, they drank the wine in their glasses as well. Fong Yan poured himself another glass of wine, then said to Lu Xiaoga, "Here's to Chaoga. It's so nice to have you." Fong Yan didn't say thank you, for that sounded too frivolous and distant. If someone gave you a pound of apples, you had to say thank you. If someone gave you a carton of milk, you had to say thank you. If someone said something auspicious, you had to say thank you. If someone gave you directions, you had to say thank you. How could "thank you" express Fong Yan's affection and gratitude for Lu Chaoga? "It was so nice to have you." Those words carried a lot of weight. In this world, who couldn't live without each other? Who couldn't live without each other? One had to go through a lot of people in life, and most of them would just brush past each other. Only one or two people would make you thank God and thank fate for letting you meet each other. Those people were the most precious treasures of your life. "I just did what I wanted to do," Lu Xiaoga looked at Fong Yan and said. He raised his glass and clinked it with Fong Yan. Then, he drank up the white wine as well. She understood what he was going to say. She understood what he wasn't going to say. Fong Yan drank 2 glasses in a row before he put down his glass and said with a smile, "Let's all try Principal Lu's cooking." "Chances like this don't come often," Qi Ning said with a smile. "I'm going to have a good taste. I'll have to eat more today." Fong Yingying and Fong Haohan couldn't stop praising Lu Chaoga's cooking. Their flattery made Fong Yan want to kill them. The 5 of them drank 3 bottles of Mao Tai. Qi Ning went out to patrol after he finished drinking. He seemed to be fine. Lu Chaoga was a little drunk. She said goodbye to everyone and went upstairs to rest. Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan were here, so Fang Yan didn't have to do the dishes himself. Fang Haohan went to do the dishes, and Fang Yingying went to make some tea. The three of them sat in the courtyard on the balcony and chatted while drinking tea. Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan talked about the interesting things in Swallow Dock. They talked about how the old man brought the King Kong eagle that Qinitian gave him to go around the village every day. He even started to train the eagle. The King Kong eagle had a strong personality, but it was very compatible with the old man. The two of them had established a basic communication method. They said that Yi Ro was in seclusion and they hadn't seen each other for a long time. It was said that she was about to break through again. If he broke through again, he might leave youngest martial uncle in the dust again, but they didn't mention the two important people of the Fang family. One was Fang Yan's mother, Lu Wan, the other was the old drunkard. Where's the old drunkard? There's still no news from him. Fang Yan tried his best to sound relaxed, but the expression on his face was still too stiff. No. Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan's expression also turned serious. It's been 3 years since Master went to the Arctic, and there's no news from him. Zhu Ziden came back from Mo Bay 3 months ago. He said he went to the Arctic to search, and found no trace of Master. He also said. What else? He also said that the Arctic is not suitable for humans to live in. Fang Yan's heart became heavier. After a long silence, he said in a low voice, when the old drunkard left, he said to Grandpa, either we return home in one piece or we have a sky burial in Snow Kingdom, we owe him this. Junior Martial Uncle, is there really such a thing in the world? The ice dragon is a legend. To use the ice dragon's muscles to make up for the defects of the human body, this is impossible. That old guy, the medical fanatic, is not a good person. We prepared gifts for him, but he couldn't cure us. How could he use this mysterious pond to harm people? He hasn't even seen it himself, why would he ask Master to find it for him, and even if he finds it, he still has to leave him 1/2 pound of blood, he has taken all the advantages in the world. There are not many doctors in the world who are good people. Fang Yan's face was gloomy. He said, since the medical fanatic dared to write this prescription, it proves that there is such a thing in the world. I have seen the introduction of the ice dragon in the extraordinary medical record. It is shaped like a dragon and its skin is like ice. The book said that the blood of the ice dragon is extremely hot, and can even burn the air. Hot blood can cure all diseases, cold blood can prolong life. But it did not say that the meridians of the ice dragon can make up for the broken meridians. More importantly, the ice dragon is rare in the world, and can only be obtained by those who are fated. In the land of extreme cold, there is no human habitation, and no plants grow. Except for those animals that can withstand the cold, there is almost no life. It is not easy to survive there, let alone to find an ice dragon that can fuse with the ice and snow in the vast sea of snow. The old drunkard was not the old drunkard at his peak. He only had moves, but no energy to support them. At this time, the old drunkard was not even a match for Fang Yan. He went to that place alone with his spear. Not to mention finding the ice dragon, it was unknown whether he could come back alive, but no one opposed the old drunkard's choice, and no one stopped the old drunkard's footsteps. Because everyone knew that since the old drunkard said he would definitely go. No one could persuade him, no one could stop him. Unless he died. The old drunkard's surname was Mo, but he was a member of the Fang family. Fang Hui's legs were crippled, and Fang Yixing died tragically at the entrance of Swallow Dock. Although his 3 uncles were talented, they could not bear the heavy responsibility. Other than the young Fang Yan, the Fang family had no one to support them. At this time, someone had to stand up. Someone had to wipe the Fong family's name, someone had to shoulder the burden of the Fong family, someone had to protect the old, the young, the sick and the disabled from the wind and rain, as well as the murderous intent that could come at any time. He stood up, and stood side by side with Fong Yen. At this time, Fong Yen was in a difficult situation, and it was too hard. So, the old drunkard chose to believe the words of the medicine fanatic, and grasped the last straw of hope that was almost like a myth. Fong Yen knew that the old drunkard might not come back. But, how could he say such words? He and the old drunkard were apprentice brothers, but they were like father and son. His Tai Chi foundation was taught by the old drunkard, his Fong Plum Blossom Steps was taught by the old drunkard, and his Tai Chi Palm, Tai Chi Finger and Tai Chi 13 forms were all taught by the old drunkard. Many people said that he was a genius of Tai Chi, to be able to understand the heart of Tai Chi at such a young age, but who knew how much enlightenment the old drunkard had given him? A famous teacher produces a brilliant disciple. Without a famous teacher, how could there be a brilliant disciple like him? Fang Yixing died in battle, and Fong Yen felt extremely guilty. Because for so many years, their relationship as father and son wasn't harmonious, and was even a little indifferent. But, Fong Yen and the old drunkard talked about everything, drinking, training and commenting on the heroes of the world. When the two of them were together, they were more like father and son. Fong Yen had lost his father, Fang Yixing. Could it be that he was going to lose another important man in his life, the old drunkard? How tragic would such a fate be? You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.